Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, January the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear my screen. How about doing the reverse? See my screen and hear me. Yes, yes, thank you. Okay, so guys, we're in for a real rocky open. So after that big sell-off we had at the end of the day, this is continuing. I have a list that I put in there of the stocks that are active. Obviously, it could be a lot more. There's a lot more gapping down, but let's just focus on a few things. Though, one of the things is, was it the guy, the CEO, or one of the people from Moderna, basically saying that maybe 2022 we can call this an endemic as opposed to pandemic. So of course, stocks like NVAX and Moderna, all the big vaccine makers, they're taking a bit of a hit today, which is a good thing. I mean, that's what we'd like to hear, right? That's the good news, but not good news if you're in these stocks. But so anyway, there's an NVAX sitting right at that $100 mark, down 10%. And obviously, if it takes out 100, look out below. So that's one thing. Casinos a bit of a jolt today. Jolt on the way up. Something about Macau gaming laws changes, and this is affecting the casinos. LVS, MGM, WYNN. Yeah, let's see. So some other stocks. So a REVB. This is a virus play. It's a smaller one, of course. It was a SPAC. It is now trading as REVB today. So I doubt very much too much is going to happen with it. But I mean, it's up 22%. Actually, a lot of volume. Yeah, good volume. Low float. But again, this was a SPAC that turned into REVB today. Excuse me. MLCO, that was the other one I was trying to remember. This is another one of those casinos benefiting. Let me just get the headline up here. So, shares of several casino stocks are trading higher following a report titled Macau Cuts Casino License Tenure Caps Public Float in New Law. So anyway, that is putting a bit of a charge into the casino stocks. GFAI, some little news. It's a little one. As somebody pointed out, these small caps are just not the same right now. We're not in the 2 month ago market at all. Most of these small caps, they'll have a little pop in the pre-market maybe, and then they just fizzle for the rest of the day. So I'll mention it just in case something happens. It's a low float, 6 million in the float. Yandex is something I caught an eye on this morning. I don't see any specific news on it, but it was starting to fade. It did have the pop from 48 up to 52, but I think I mentioned it right around here. So I don't see any specific news on it. And it's YNDX. And another one that was fading. This could be a really interesting one. DOCN. Interesting in that, look where it is, 60.50. If you look on the monthly chart, 61.62 was the next low looking left on the monthly, and then we're looking 48.80 on the that monthly. But even if you look at the weekly chart, the low is 59.57. So if it can take out that 60 level, then the next low down here is 53.10. Again, I have no idea what's going to happen with it today, but definitely weak, and I don't see any specific news for it. As crazy as it may seem, this is a bit of a barometer, guys, too. We're in this different market. I mean, this silly game stock that has always been bid up, even when it gets trashed. This is really getting weaker and weaker and weaker, which means maybe some of that mania is starting to, well, not starting to, it is faded, obviously, but every time I think that this is dead, something happens and it pops up $20 or $30. Again, I'm absolutely not saying that's going to happen with GameStop now, but this is we're entering sort of territory now where You know, there's a lot of small investors have been hurt hard by chasing these sort of stocks. So, and I was definitely following the conversation this morning. Trading is not easy, guys. And Real said something, very not interesting. I mean, I'm almost the same way. I do take the odd trade in the pre-market, but certainly I do not focus on the pre-market for trading. Based on what I'm doing, also I'm trying to scan at the same time. I'm answering some emails. I'm sort of tugged in different directions, but I certainly every now and then, if something makes sense, I can focus. Maybe I'll take a trade in the pre-market, but I certainly do not focus on the pre-market to trade. The other thing too, if you're new to trading, I think I asked asked first of all, how many trades are you in at the same time? I think that can be also injurious. Even though I've been trading for a few years, I'm personally, and that's just me, I'm personally rarely in more than 2 trades at a time. Okay, and even if I weren't moderating a trading room, that was just my style before. I mean, I've tried to be really, really selective, and I don't trade out of boredom, and I don't have an anxiety to be in a trade all the time. So if you're in about 6 or 7 trades at the same time and you're a new trader, personally, I think that's way too many. Personally, I also, there was a time where I wouldn't trade in the first hour. Dak, you remember those days, with Tyler. I mean, he wouldn't trade until that first hour was in. Now that was a different time, early 2000s and all, but still, you hear me say all the time, I rarely take a trade in the first 15 minutes. I've made sometimes maybe in the daily breakdown, if I really like what I see, maybe I'll do it. But you know what? I really don't like to take a trade in the first 15 minutes. There are stocks that keep running right from the open, and you know what? I just have to deal with it. That's all there is to it. So yeah, I would really, really cut down on the number of trades you're in at the same time for M. Well, Dak, you remember, I mean, he used to not trade, Tyler used to not trade until about 10:30, let that superhero scan take effect, and that was it. All right, let's see what else is happening here. Here, this ISPC, this is actually shortable now for me. Wasn't shortable most of the day. Not that I want to take a short right now. I'm just looking to see how many shorts are available. Interactive brokers, about 7,000 shorts available. Week. And the other thing, and practice. I mean, if you're in a rut right now and you do have trade ideas, then you better practice trading. Use a simulator. Try to get some confidence back. And I'm talking, and that's a general statement, not specific to anybody, but try to get some confidence back. I'd say almost maybe 95% of trading is confidence. I mean, obviously setups are super important and all, and money management. But if you get into a losing streak and then you start revenge trading and it just piles something like that just keeps piling on and on and on, and it's really tough to break sometimes. So the don't repeat, they're the same, except the don't repeat just shows the symbol the first time it makes the alert, Medi, okay? That's all the don't repeat is. The one right beside it here, the 10-day daily breakout, versus the DR 10-day daily breakout. So you'll see the stock over and over again as it makes new highs, if it does. Here you'll only see the first time it makes the alert. Same thing with the daily breakdown on the DR. That just stands for don't repeat. That allows me to take a look, go back kind of in time and say, okay, great, I had another, I mean, we don't have any yet, of course, not until the market opens, but it allows me to say, okay, great, I had an alert at just say 9:34, the price was that. What did it do from there? The only thing I can think of is that you had, without knowing exactly, did you have some stop limits or something like that also that you didn't take out? I'm talking to our Norwegian friend. This one should not repeat unless I made a mistake. Let me just do something here. I'll load it. I hope I didn't make a mistake. Yeah, I have it on don't repeat mode. That's I have it on don't repeat, so not sure what you mean. This is, I just loaded it from my home page. This is on don't repeat, and it is checked don't repeat, and for a day. I reduced the size of the pointer a little bit, but it looks still giant on my screen. I can make it a little bit bigger, I guess, but some are actually complaining that it was a little bit, I mean, there it is. I mean, maybe it's a little bit bigger now. Yeah, so we had some earnings today, guys. Some of the banks, JP Morgan, I see Citibank also, Citibank, but look at this. I mean, wow. Citibank, the same thing. I think Wells Fargo. So the banks are, as the unofficial start of earnings season, the banks are getting hammered here. Especially JP Morgan, man, oh man. Hey, one moment, please. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, let's see, what time is it? 9:17. I'm a little bit late. Let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from the analysts this morning. See how active they are. Well, not too much on the upside. Excuse me, on the upgrades. Not too many on the downside either. There are some more downgrades than upgrades, but let's just take a look. Some of them. Well, the other thing you always hear me say, and it's sort of like what Real is talking about, you should always, like with a used car, but you should always be looking for reasons not to take the trade. Always look for reasons not to take that car. Like, what's wrong with it? Okay? If I can't check everything when I'm looking at a trade, if I can't check every single box, I just don't take the trade. All right, here are some of the upgrades. Look at the downgrades in now. What I'm really looking for, I'm just looking to see if there are any multiple downgrades. In other words, the same stock being downgraded by several brokerage firms. I do not see that. Or upgraded by several brokerage firms. I don't see that either. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Now, let's take a look at the sectors. I guess it's going to look pretty bleak. See if there's one sector. Let's see if what energy is doing. So what you're looking at once this loads is look at financials. Look at financials. Oh man. So what you're looking at are the major sectors. All right. So thought maybe energy might be the only positive sector, and it looks like I'm correct. So XLE. It's sort of the major ETF for the energy sector. These are the stocks that make up XLE. What that 65% refers to is that 65% of them are above yesterday's close, okay? But look at technology, only about 9%, only 8% financials, consumer staples, healthcare. I mean, this we're for a rocky open. Now, this can change in an hour from now or even 15 minutes from now. But right now, this is what the market is looking at, the overall market is looking at. So if we want to go long anything, unless it has some extraordinary news, it is truly an alpha stock, not really caring what the market's doing, you better be awfully careful. And even then, I mean, the casinos are doing well this morning because of, I guess, the news out of Macau. So you can see the casinos obviously are bucking the overall market trend right now anyway. Does that mean they're going to continue? We don't know. Yeah, Peloton. I mean, that's a. I think somebody said they were. What was the news on it? They were to be replaced by Old Dominion in the Nasdaq 100. How the mighty have fallen, man! Oh man, from 170. I mean, it's not that long ago, guys. It's a year ago. You know, I mean, look, the sky was the limit. 172, 31. Somebody mentioned swing trading. I don't know how anybody swing trades. I honestly don't. I know PJ. I don't know if he's here today, but you know, he seems to be an active swing trader. What does swing trading even mean anymore? I mean, you know, how long are you guys holding some of these stocks? Are we talking, you know, 2 days, 3 days, a week? I don't know how anybody swing trades right now. Yeah, I mean, you get the right one, it's fantastic, obviously. You know, I've been talking about this one forever. I haven't taken it once, MOLN. You know, the spread has been all over the place, usually on an intraday. But I mean, yeah, this one probably has been the star over the last 4 days. You know, basically 50%, 20 to 30. And I've talked about it every single day. So yeah, you find something like this and you get you get into it, great. But I just don't see too many like this. Just where do you put your stops and things like this? This is the thing. I mean, I just don't know where you put your stops on trying to swing something like this. I do not, no, I personally do not do any long-term invested, no. My wife's company has a stock employee plan and purchase employee plan, so that's about it. And you know, some mutual funds in that, but other than that, personally, no, I don't do any long-term investments. And that, by the way, Nikki, I mean that is obviously not any advice, you know, because what I do is what I do. Of course, it's which maybe sounds like an obvious statement, but I mean it doesn't mean that means doesn't mean that nobody should have any long-term investments. Of course not. Well, I mean, I flash the sectors just to give a glimpse. You know, I usually do it about 10 minutes before the market opens. And as you know, it can change, you know, heartbeat depending on what the market's doing. But it's mainly just to, you know, make sure people understand that if you're going to get into a stock, you probably should check the sector that the stock is in. Okay? If you're going to get into a trade and you know, just because, well, I think I'd like to trade this energy stock for whatever reason. There's no news about it, but yeah, maybe it looks good. Excuse me. And yet energy, you know, the energy sector or financials, you want to trade a financial stock today, you're really going against a trend. Now, you know, there might be some little nugget there that has some news that it can trade completely on its own. It doesn't care what the market's doing, its sector is doing. Sure. But I mean, if you're just trying to take a general trade today in the financial sector, you better watch yourself. Is that the spin-off from Cisco, or I sort of read something on that at $5? Cerberus, or maybe it's not Cisco. I'm sorry. Maybe it's just yeah, it's not loading into my IB platform. I did read something about this. But it's not loading as a symbol into Interactive Brokers. Look at GLW, guys. GLW taking a bit of a hit here. Just out of this consolidation and now starting to drop. GLW, big float. I know I'm going to get rid of my pre-market scanning and now just concentrate on probably not doing anything for at least 15 minutes. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean Cisco. I did see that though, that Cerberus Cyber Sentinel Core, but I do not see, yeah, it's not loading into IB, so it's not a recognized symbol yet. BYSI. There you go, William. Thank you. 1 minute to the open. Well, guys, let's try to have a good trading day today. And remember, the markets are closed on Monday, so we'll have to see what happens in the afternoon if it really starts slowing down. Markets are closed on Monday. For those of you who don't know, Martin Luther King Day. So the markets are closed on Monday, the U.S. markets. And that means I won't be here. Yay, a 3-day weekend. Yeah, I don't see any news on BYSI, but I mean, it's hard to, I mean, that's just maybe just a little outlier here. I don't see, there's no volume really. Build a snowman. No snow in Vancouver now. All right, guys, 2, 1, boom. We are now open. And Lumen, for whatever reason, just came up on my price alerts. ORC on the way down here. They did have some news yesterday after a dividend cut. Stock dips after a dividend cut. This is after hours. You can see the reaction. They released that news after hours. ORC. So this is dropping badly now. In fact, look at this. Look at the monthly chart here. The low is 417. Very close to that low of last month. And DWAC certainly is active again. This was super active all day yesterday. You know, look, I mean, that's to me just a horrible looking 15-minute chart. Up, down, up, down, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. But, you know, I'll bring it to your attention. People are, of course, interested in this one. I wonder, is it showing up yet in IB, CISO? Not yet. So interesting, yeah. I mean, it's and we don't show it as a halt yet. So this is I'm not sure what to make of this. All right, so Melco guys, MLCO. Again, it's a kind of bucking the trend here. Casino. There was news out of Macau. There's LVS, MGM, WYNN, Melco, but it's early. It is early. I'm afraid to look at MOLN. Only talked about it every single day. Okay, well, at least it pulled back a little bit from the pre-market highs. All right, so this is a low float situation, GFAI. In the pre-market, it did get up to 135, so it's still pretty active. I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, it had a big pullback. A lot of volume coming in right now, but it's early. Where's Mr. AMD today? AMD is actually having a pop. There's LVS and MLCO still strong. Again, with the news out of Macau. So LVS, as opposed to, so did they release? No, they release next week. So, but the banks are getting thumped today. Maybe a precursor. I mean, Bank of America releases next week, but with JP Morgan, WFC, Wall Street, Wells Fargo. Whoa, AMC just took out 20, guys. AMC just took out 20. So, you know, the big banks that have not, like, what's Goldman Sachs doing? I mean, the big banks that have not released earnings, you know, and they will next week, I mean, they're just going to be tugged down. Look at JP Morgan. A big drop for JP Morgan. That's 6%, 2.9 billion in the float. That is a big, big drop. I mean, look, 169 down to 158. That's a 6% drop. So shorting the big banks today that haven't released earnings yet. AMC, guys. Is it finally over? Okay, so you've just got you've got the casinos. The only glimmer of hope here, the casinos, MLCO, WIN, WYNN, LVS, MGM. Wow, I mean, will GME take out 100 today? If it takes out 100, wow, I mean it's been amazing how strong, how well it's held up. I just use this as a gauge, you know, because I mean, obviously everybody, well, not everybody, but this was the numero uno meme stock, along with AMC, but this was really the one that launched it all. Yep, 130. You mentioned 130. I do recall your comments. Well, DWAC is challenging 70 again. All right, well, look at this little green candle to start off so far. So what are the markets doing? So the Dow is down big, so are the so-called value stocks are down, but maybe there's a little bit of a resurgence for the tech stocks. NAS is actually basically flat as opposed to being down. So for fun, let's just take a look at the sectors and see what happened with technology. Because remember, when we looked at about only 8% were up. So look at this. I mean, just see what happened. And look at energy. Energy, 100% of them are up now from yesterday's close. When we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, only 10%, I think, or 8% of the technology stocks were above yesterday's close. Now it's about 50-50. Okay, I mean, financials are still in the toilet. So, I mean, financials are still really, really, really weak. Look at Novavax, man. Talk about maybe the pandemic's back on, guys. I shouldn't say that lightly, but it held sorry, KBH actually. Remember from yesterday, KBH, very strong from yesterday. Earnings play, real estate, now over 50, or right at 50. That's where it kind of stalled yesterday. I think it got up to, yeah, it literally got to 49.96. It could not break 50. Maybe today it will. And we have a halt. SBEV halted on the way up. Okay, halted on the way up. Coming right into that 200-day moving average. I had some news. This was the Walmart news, I guess this day right here. Popped on selling their beverages in Walmart stores across Florida. Okay, and it, so it popped, really didn't do too much after the pop. A little bit of a move yesterday, and now here's a big move. But coming into the 200-day moving average, 297. Yeah, I don't mind looking at the BBIG. I just don't want to get overly promotional. I've had to already delete a post in YouTube. In fact, the next time I get one of those promotional BBIG posts in YouTube, I'm actually going to say hello to the person and see if it is really truly a bot. We were inundated yesterday with BBIG. Look at I bet you there are no shorts now. Last look at this, there were 6,000 shorts available at Interactive. Oh, interesting. There's 7,000 shorts available now. So there's been some short covering. ISPC. Interesting. Nothing's triggering on the 10-day daily breakdown yet. All right, EQNR. This is not quite it's not an all-time high. Getting close to an all-time. It's a 2-year high. EQNR. Okay, AMC getting tested that 20 again, bounced back, bounced down off that 20, AMC. Remember the airlines yesterday, how nice they were? There's American Airlines. Let's take a look at Jets. Take a look at Jets to see if it's having a bit of a, yeah, look at Jets, ETF for the airline industry. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. It almost looks like Novavax is halted. I'm sure it isn't, but it's just been hanging in that one. Ah, there it is. Okay, it was sitting at 110 for a while. Let's put an alert down here at 1949-ish for AMC. See if it takes out that low. All right, ATIP, not a low float, 57 million in the float. Volume coming in, 41 times normal. Let's see, Jeffrey's upgraded with a $5 price target. Okay, so there's your big news for ATIP today. I don't see any other news for it. SBEV just opened. Did it take out the 200-day moving average? 297 is the 200-day moving average for SBEV. It might really struggle to get through that. Or not. Let's see now. I mean, there it is, 297. So it did pop up through the 200-day moving average, but let's see what happens again. See if it really, I mean, a lot of volume coming into SBEV. Yeah, look at the pop for GME though. I mean, $5 pop, 115 up to back up to 120. CDEV, what are you doing? CDEV. Next high looking left is 777. Market is still in mini recovery mode here. You can just see, look at, I mean, the Dow is still down quite a bit, but the tech stocks have rallied, helping the NAS get into a positive territory. You can just see what the SPY is doing. Even Space is having, Space was weak this morning in the pre-market. SPCE was weak, got all the way down to 965, poking its head over 10 now, SPCE. All right, NVAX had a big pop when the market opened, all the way up to 112, starting to fade a little bit again. I mean, this is the news I was looking at. The vaccine stocks in the red. Moderna chair says COVID pandemic could move into endemic phase in 2022. I mean, let's hope. I mean, keep an eye on BBIG. Here's the high of yesterday, was around 385. Ooh, Nordstrom's, JWN, weak. JWN, probably with a lot of the other consumers or retailers, JWN. All right, DWAC guys, again, I know many follow, so just bring it to your attention. At 70 now, 70. NVAX weakening again, guys. NVAX weakening again. Let's see if it can even get back down to that 100 mark. Well, SPEV guys, SPEV is actually, so it's now above the 200-day moving average and running here. You know, maybe an entry just over 3 on that 2-minute chart, but right now, you know, it's just chase. I'm surprised it took out that 200-day so easily. This is sort of, I guess, a delayed reaction to the news of 3 days ago. I mean, the news 3 days ago popped it. It's not a crazy low float, 22 million in the float, not crazy low. It's certainly low, but not crazy low. Let's take a look at LVS. Real is talking about gave up the VWAP, and now it's come back up 42.29. So there's a little cross up maybe on the 2-minute chart. ADMA crossing above the ADMA at right around that VWAP. Yeah, BCRX is really giving it up now. Of course, I had the big two-day run, kind of held the last 2 days, but now this is really giving it up now. BCRX. The 200-day moving average is about $1 away. You got that right, Chloe O'Clock. Okay, the DWAC is holding 70. What was the low yesterday for AAL American? Low was 1863, so it's right at that low. Next low underneath is 1825. Yeah, I can't believe Pavlin's not in the room after, being in the room forever with his AMD handle. And here's AMD popping up here. Oh, there he is. All right, guys. Well, LVS just made a new high. What's the next high over here is 43.23. So there is the next challenge, I guess. 43.23. Again, the casinos are rocking this morning because of the news out of Macau. Novavax, NVAX, continues its little move back down to that 100 level. What is CVAC doing? CVAC. So again, wow, look at this. All-time low now, guys. CVAC. All-time low. CVAC. Let's see if it takes out 24. CVAC. All-time low. This was I guess an IPO here. At one point, this was up to $154 approximately. 23 now. Again, disastrous IPOs, guys. I mean, obviously you got it here and you wrote it up here and you sold it up here, fine, but my goodness. Look at Novavax now, guys. NVAX continues back down to that 100 mark after that initial flurry from 100 up to about 112. Right back down now. I did not see CENN. Nothing, not showing up. You know what? This is another, it's not an IPO. Central Group announces the change of probably its trading symbol. Yeah, so, okay. So this used to be the Naked Short guys, or the Naked Short, the Naked, NAKD. And I don't know, decided to change their symbol to CENN. We are pleased that our new trading symbol won't be laughed at anymore. Now aligns, that's my editorial comment, now aligns with our brand and will strengthen our visibility, etc., etc. All right, watching this CVAC, guys, just popped a little bit up to that whole number. See if it gives it up again. Definitely kind of interested in this one as a short. This would show up here, just needs the relative volume, has to get up to 8. Look at NVAX, guys. I mean, there's a great short. I didn't do it. I'm just, but I point out a lot of, opportunities for if it meets your kind of a trading plan, this price range and all. 112 down to 104 now. Well, the Moderna should, if NVAX is doing the same thing. I bet you Moderna is doing sort of the same. Yeah, so look what happened. So Moderna popped also off the lows. Woohoo! Look at CVAC now, guys. CWH. You keep thinking some of these are going to be earnings plays, but they're not. CWH on the way down here. Okay, give me a moment here. CPNG on the way down. Okay, guys, I am trying this CVAC. Okay, it's kind of whippy still, but the spread is tightened up just a little bit. just because it's a lifetime low, okay? And healthcare stock, so we'll see what happens here from the CVAC. I'm in at around 23.83 on average on this short for CVAC, but it is still whippy. If it's anywhere close to that 24, I'm out of it. Seems that bid to catch up to or they asked to catch up to the bid a little bit. Yeah, okay, so we had 2 green candles to start the day. Now we got a red candle on the SPY. So what's the see? Look at tech, guys. I mean, I guess if I look back at the tech sector, let's just take a look quickly. So with the dock channel bar, guys, I mean, you can have, if you want, you can have this channel open all day long. You know, if you want, just to kind of keep track on the major sectors. So still about 50-50. But look at energy. So if you wanted to take an energy play today, you know, you're at least following the trend. The banks, you know, a little bit of resurgence. Remember, last time we looked, they were about 4%. So 28% now are up from yesterday's close. So you could take this window if you wanted to. You don't have to, of course, but you could, you know, reduce it in size, of course. And you could, you know, you could stick it, you know, on another monitor or something just to keep track of the major sectors. And that's the beauty of the dock channel bar now. Your layout does not disappear. So Real is saying CNQ is strong, and that makes sense, right? I mean, the energy sector. Energy is the strong, wow, Canadian natural resources. Look at this. What a run it's been on with the rest of most of the energy plays. Meanwhile, the casinos are still hot, guys. MLCO just made a new high. MLCO just made a new high. Take a look left. Is it above that high? Yes, it is. 1086. And over here, 1098. So it's above that high. So the next high looking left on the daily chart is 1169. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that's, you know, something to keep an eye on. And LVS, again, casinos, casinos, casinos. One of the scans, Dula, one of the scans I'm sharing, you can take a look at it. Let me put my homepage link in. You know, you might have to make adjustments to maybe a price range and things like that, but So if you take a look at my homepage, click on my homepage link, and if you go to the sector scan or the scan section, one of the ones I have is, I think I still have it here, low floaters on the move. You can take a look at that one, okay? But you can create your own. I mean, really easy. I mean, we have a float filter, but you can take a look at that. Right click when you load it, right click on it, click on configure, and then summary. Then you'll see what it's looking for, all right? And you can make adjustments. SDC taking off, really. I mean, they're still, wow, yeah. They're still advertising on TV. So it does cost money. So they still must have some money. A lot of volume also, a lot of volume. It's a massive float too. I mean, 180, well, massive. 108 million for a $2 stock is a big float. So let's see, anything happening? 220, 250 is the next high looking left, it looks like on the, I mean, I can't imagine it's going to take this level out after this pop. I mean, to me, it looks like the major move is already done. I can't imagine it'll take all this out. All right, guys, I'm out of the CVAC, okay? Modest gain. I just wanted it to really take out that 50 level, so I'm out of it. Modest gain. Just watching how it was trading. Maybe I flipped the script even. Did actually have some news now that I'm reading it. They slips on a revised shareholders agreement. It's some choppy action, guys. I mean, look at GME and look at AMC. I mean, GME. Again, I never ever ever can write this one completely off. It's amazing. 115, 121. That was a good exit on the CVAC for sure. This may turn into a long now. Is the SPY day tradable? I don't know what you mean by that exactly. I mean, you can trade the SPY if that's what you mean. You can trade the SPY. Then you can intraday trade it if that's what you mean. How is that CENN trading now? A lot of volume. Now, of course, we don't have, because it's a new symbol, or should we don't have the float information. Now, to me, I mean, again, the next high looking left is 270. I'm just trying to see if there's any. I mean, they had some. Today's the 14th, so they had some news yesterday that did not move it at all. They announced their confidence council. With ambassadors Jonathan Van Ness Tunde, whatever that means. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, so they had some news yesterday that didn't budget because I'm looking here. That news was released yesterday. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. If you don't take, yeah, I think in the simulator, if you don't take the stop out, if you get out of a trade, all right, so let's just say you get into a trade, you get out of the trade, but you have left your stop in, yeah, it'll trigger. You have to get rid of it. I don't know if that happens in a live account, but so if you leave your stop in, so you're saying when it, so you're getting, okay, let me just see. Let me take this trade right here. Oops, I'm still getting used to that. I'm not in love with this new format, I'll tell you that, but it's the way it's going to be. So, okay, market. So I'm going to take this trade in the simulator. I'm going to add a stop at very close, 134. Now watch, it won't. Okay, I'll go short one also. Okay, just to see if that happens. So I'm going to go short MLCO. Okay, I'm going to put a stop in at, let's see, 1:11:11. So you're saying, and I will have no answer. If that's happening all in, I will have no answer. For that, you're going to have to probably go to you'll have to, I mean, I won't have any answer for it. You probably have to go to our tech support, true tech support. Okay, so did you just take it out? Aha. Now I've confused myself. I can't remember, did I take 400 shares or only 200 shares? I heard it went long, yeah. Yeah, that's right, because I only took 200 shares, and so when it hit my, but I had to stop. You know what? I'm going to do it again. I've confused myself. So let me do it again. I think I know what you're talking about, and I will have no answer. Okay, let me try this again. So now I do know this, that if this goes down to 134, I don't take that stop out. I think it turns into a short, I believe. But let me just try this again. So I want to get rid of that. It's not there anymore. I don't know if... No, I'm in a development version also, so... you know what? The GFAI has surprised me. You know, I was just using this as a test case here, but the GFAI has... So... Yeah, I can't get rid of this stop. Let me look at, okay, PL. I'm going to take a look at PL just for... Okay, so I'm going to take this trade right now, PL. Okay, I'm going to buy, and I'm going to remember, I'm going to 200 shares. I'm buying at the market. It's in the simulator now. Send. Okay. I'm going to add a stop. Now I'm going to do one. Now I'm also going to do a short. BCRX, I'm going to do a short. I think that's what you really meant, right? So BCRX, I'm going to sell. I just wanted to see if it worked on the other side though also. Okay, now I'm going to keep doing that. I'm going to remember 200 shares. 200. Got to remember that. All right, now we're going to put the stop. Let's see if I'm going to put it really close, say 1548. No, I'm going to 1545. Now watch it not hit it. So what you're saying happened is that when the stop got hit, yeah, I can see exactly what happened. I was long 200 shares of the PL. It hit the stop and it turned into a short of 200 shares. Mm-hmm. And now this turned into a long of 200 shares. Yes. Okay. Well, all right. I will. I've passed it on. The option scanner, I don't have Joby, Joby. I don't have that in my option scanner. Shoot, I should be short SDC. I only have Melco in the option scanner. MLCO, that's it for mine anyway. Oh no, I was wrapped up in trying to figure out what was going on with this shorts turning into longs and vice versa. That's okay. I don't know if it's by design. You know, I don't use this to trade, as you guys probably know. I only demonstrate it in the simulator. Um, I would hate to think that if you hit flatten a couple of times, that it'll reverse the trade in your real account. If that happens, I have no answer for that. Yeah, I don't have the unusual options channel up. I only use mine, Luis. You know, moving higher with unusually strong options. That's all I use. So that Joby did not show up for me at all. All right, guys, 10:30. Shoot, I wanted to maybe take this short from the AI, but I did not take the short. Again, a little bit distracted. All right, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. And we do have a promotion on right now. And for those of you who don't know, the markets are closed on Monday. At least the U.S. markets are closed on Monday. Oops. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, click on my link right there. I put it in the YouTube room also. So my link is here all the time. My homepage tab is here. You click on that. There is the link also. Okay. I'll go back into the. Click on it, and this is what you'll see. Just get rid of this. This is what you'll see. So we do have a promotion on right now. MLK 20 for 20% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas, and this is what you'll see. We have 4 plans, an annual, monthly, premium, standard. So annual is annual premium is $22.68 a year minus that 20%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 20%. The big difference is the AI. The AI has given one interesting trade so far. The short of LFST at 858, it's 839 now, 2%. I'll go over that in a little bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Here are our prices, 118, 228. You can apply the 20% to the first month only, all right? First month only. If you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. And if you think I'm screaming at you, it's because we get so many people saying, hey, how come I'm paying more than I paid that first month? The reason is the discount's only good for the first month on a month-to-month subscription. Now, at any point, if you want to, within 30 days, if you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 20%, okay, if you do it within 30 days. Give me a moment here. Melco is still strong. I do see that it showed up in the, well, it's not strong, I'm sorry. It showed up in the option scanner, but it's dipped a bit now. So, more information on my homepage. We have 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and we have a big education section. the comprehensive user guide now. If you're new to Trade Ideas, this is what I would do. I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. It goes over all the basic features. What is a top list? Creating a top list. What's an alert window? Creating an alert window. All the way down to our AI, nicknamed Holly, and Brokerage Plus, okay? Daily support. Today's Friday. It should be Andy in our YouTube room. I take a break at about noon Eastern, and Andy takes over from, or one of the other traders takes over from me in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Friday is usually Andy. I'll verify that. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there for that hour. And of course, Chris is there also Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time in our YouTube room. Daily webinars, so there's not one today. Next week, we're on the Monday-Wednesday rotation. So following week, we're Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And last but not least, back to basics. If you're new to trading, you know, I would really encourage you to take a look at this. It's a nice little video series put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Starts off with what is a stock, okay? So if you're new to trading, take a look at this. And last but not least, my scans, okay? Here are my scans that I'm sharing. You see, these are among my favorite ones, the top 5 right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, shared, pre-market actives up and down. You know, I can't, no, there's nothing 100% in this world, but I can almost guarantee that if you use especially the pre-market actives up and down that I have, you will not miss anything. You know, we get a lot of emails coming in saying, hey, how come I didn't see this in the pre-market? A lot of times, maybe you're using our pre-market channel, which is fine, but you know, there could be some filters in there that are blocking things. I rarely miss anything in my actives up and down, and I've been using this probably for, I don't know, 8-10 years. So a lot of information, these 2 sections. Save my link, and then you can take a look at my scans and all the education whenever you want. All right, ACY, what did it do since, sugar. Well, would have been quick. I mean, I see that your alert at 8:09, but it's popped right back up. However, it's back down underneath 8. This could turn into a short again. And this was not quite an all-time low, 11% above. The perfect storm, getting one of these and also being an all-time low. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock markets. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. So you notice I am sharing a lot of my scans, but of course, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So for instance, this is this 10-day daily breakout. This is what it's looking for. You know, stocks are between 2 and 35. Current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading 8 times normal up to this point of the day, etc. It's not so much what the values are, but this is the concept. You always start off with some filters, and then you have a trigger. In this particular case, a new high. So, for the day. So, if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, that's why I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these. And just in case you're wondering, you only see in this don't repeat. That's what the DR stands for. So I can go back in time and say, okay, I had an alert for Melco, MLCO at 9:35. The price was 10.92. What has it done since then? You can see this is the repeating version. Every time it made a new high, you would see it. So you want to build your own scans? No problem. What we've done as a company, instead of making you learn a programming language, we feel we have created enough alerts. These are all the alerts and filters that for, we've got thousands of customers and all sorts of different trading styles. We feel we've created enough alerts and filters that you can combine them. The majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. No programming language to learn. And don't worry, again, I should always emphasize this, you don't have to learn every alert and filter. I mean, that's why we create enough of them though, but you don't have to learn them all. So don't get hung up on that. And my gosh, how am I going to learn them all? Well, you don't have to. Yeah, BBLG was just halted, as Zach is pointing out. Bone Biologics. And this was a crazy one 4 days ago. Got all the way up to almost 7. Low float probably, up 7.2 million in the float. Not very much volume, but the volume will pick up. You would have to think the volume will pick up on that halt. Most of the volume, well, not most of it, but a third of it anyway, right here for the day. Now, it's crazy to sound, Billy, we don't have EMAs at all. Okay? We have SMAs, but not EMAs. Custom formula window. Have you ever created a custom formula before? I have a question about where can I see a custom formula window? Cannot find it. Have you ever created one before? I know we've got something up here. I haven't even checked it out. You would like to? Okay, so I'll give you a little video I did. Or not a video. It is, well, I'll tell you what. Go to our, in fact, what I would do is I would just go to our user guide. We'll go to our user guide. I'm pretty sure I know it'll be in our user guide, okay? Just a minute. Why is that like that? Okay, sorry. So go to our user guide, click here, education, and in the user guide, custom formulas. So click on that, and that should give you an explanation about how to create them. Okay? So just go to my home page and then click on the education section, and then again go down here. When you say the window, what window do you mean? Because when you create the custom formula, it becomes a filter. So I don't know what you mean by the window. You create a custom formula, it just becomes a filter. So for instance, here are some custom formulas that I have got. If I go all the way down here, they'll all start with the letter U. So you see, they'll all start with the letter U. So when you create a custom formula, it'll go into your filters. And then you can use them just like any other filter. So I don't know what you mean by the window. Maybe I can, if you go to the tech support area, This is what I used to tell people. So if you can go to the tech support, just a second. If you go to the tech support, I'm going to put this in here. I don't want to jam up anything else. Find that tech support tab, okay? And I'm just, this is what I used to tell people, and I think it helped. You know, here's your account management page that you go to, and then you just create the formula. Now, I can't tell you, you know, what formula you're going to use, but that's the gist of it. Let me know if that helps. Well, I'm sure I'm probably missing some nice trades here, guys, but man, oh man, did ACY just completely and utterly reversed? It was halted, I guess, halted on the way down, I guess, and now it's popped right back up. I'm sorry, it got halted on the way up. Give me a moment here, guys. Okay, sorry about that. I'm just internal discussion going on right now. Wow, CPNG, that would have been a nice one. Nice one from that scan of yours, Zach. All right, so so I went over my scans, and I went over, if you want to create your own scans, you can, but we also have a lot of other scans here. If you click on new from our toolbar, click on dock channel bar, a lot of other scans are right here. These are all theme-based channels, okay? You can go through each channel, you know, trade the gap. You want to trade gaps, you know, you can take a look at this. You know, these gap down and crap, okay? Yeah, gap trading is interesting. I mean, you can see there were four strategies here: gap up and go. Gap up and go means this stock gapped up and it kept going higher. Gap up and crap means it gapped up and fell down. Anyway, you know, there's something you might want to look at. Momentum. The whole idea of this, though, is that you can take any scan that you see here and you can save it to the cloud. All right, save it to the cloud, and then you can, so you can kind of extract different scans, save them to the cloud, and once you've done that, then you can bring them back one at a time, and thereby creating a layout without actually having had to build a scan from scratch. Okay, of course you can adjust the scans, just like my scans. You know, if you didn't like, for instance, the price range right here, You can always change it. You want it between 10 and 50, go ahead. You want a different minimum volume, go ahead. Okay? If you don't want to change anything at all though, you just save whatever you think you might like to take a look at later as part of your layout. So we try to make it very easy. We create a lot of scans for you. You've got my scans. So, if you never wanted to create your own scan from scratch, you don't really have to. Well, JWN guys, Nordstrom's weak underneath that whole number now too, underneath that 22. What's the market doing? Yeah, so look, we had that little glimmer of hope for the first 30 minutes, and now it's almost given that up. No dumb question, 1320. Is there a setting for pre-market scanning? Well, we have a pre-market channel, so I mean, that's already designed for pre-market scanning, all right? But as I've said, I am sharing mine. Oops. Just give me a moment here. Didn't want to copy that into the YouTube room. Just give me a moment. Okay, so for instance, if you go to my home page, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, so I just put my homepage link in. Oops, so when you click on it, let me get back to so when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. And then there's a scan section right here, okay? You click here, this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. You can also use this gap up and down, okay? But this is really where you're going to get all of the major activity, either up or down, okay? So the answer is yes, there are settings for pre-market scanning. All right, guys, BBIG did have a big surge. I don't mind talking about it. It's just, the incessant pumping of it in our YouTube room. I think there were bots. But anyway, there, it was down at 330. I mean, it's very volatile, not for everybody. New to trading, you might want to shy away from it, but now it's coming right into that 200-day moving average, 407. That'll be maybe a major issue to try to get through. Okay, a word about our AI. Okay, if you have our premium service, this is what I do. Make it super simple. By the way, I'm just going to get rid of these. And yes, I can do that. You can't. So if you have our premium service, then I would click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, that's all I would do. And this is the window that you'll see. Never mind these two up here, but this is the window that you'll see. And you basically just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. And you have you have an entry, you have a stop. You don't have to get in right at the penny. I never take a trade unless I look at the chart. be it from the AI or, any of the ideas that I get from my scans. Again, there's no video. People ask, is there a video on how to trade the AI? There isn't a video because, everybody's trading plan will be different. So there's no right or wrong way. The only thing I can say is that auto trading the AI, I know people would love to just be able to turn it on in the morning and count your money in the afternoon. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. All right, now we'll talk about this window called B+. We've detected a bit of a bug in it, but this is in the simulator. I don't know if it's the same when you're connected live to your account. I would hope not, but I am going to put this video in, or a link to 2 videos. All right, so I put a Brokerage Plus link in, 2 videos. The first video, the short video, I should say, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within, Trade Ideas, okay? Don't ask about it any other brokerage platform. I have no idea when or if it'll happen. We'd love to have every one of them, but there's no time frame. So right now it's just Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, but please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan. You can use any broker you want with Trade Ideas. You just won't have access to this option or feature, okay? And the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. The other big reason for it is in the simulator, okay? You want to practice trading before you start committing money to the market. We've got a simulator here. Uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you're still figuring out what broker you want to use, but you do want to practice some trading, you can do so. You need our standard service, and then you can use our simulator. Well, there's nothing for you to do. I mean, you just load this window, okay, you just load the window and wait for the alerts to happen. But how you trade them is going to be up to you. I mean, I can't say, okay, you get an alert, doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. It's like anything else, You have to have maybe some chart reading experience, check to see what's happening. Would I want to go long on something unless it has specific news for it if the market is tanking? No. Just because the AI gives you an alert, it's not infallible. But I would use it like a watch list all day long. Sometimes, it'll set up and maybe maybe it's just a little early. But there's nothing for you to do in terms of setting it up. You have an entry, you have a stop. So you can see right there, the AI said, okay, suggested to short LFST at 8:58. Obviously, it's still working well. But to access that window, just click on New from a toolbar, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And what I would do is I would incorporate this window as part of your layout. So when you open Trade Ideas the next trading day, as long as you do it before 9:30, this window will be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. No alert will happen until at least 9:35. Yeah, the web-based version, unfortunately, and I should have mentioned this also, the web-based version, this is not available. Brokerage Plus, you'll be using our downloadable application, okay? And yeah, the web-based version has some limitations, and that is one of them. Okay, AOMT. A lot of people at Trade Ideas have Macs, and they either use a program if they want to take advantage of the downloadable application. They use something like an emulator like Parallels, or they use AWS. But the web-based version is more limited, yes. I haven't looked at the web-based version in a long time. I should just take a look at it. I don't think there is any way, but let me just take a look at it. Yeah, I mean, I do see some coloring here. These are in top. I'm not, yeah, I'll be completely honest. I have no idea. I don't use the web-based version. Um, if you want to go to our tech support, maybe they can help you. There might be somebody there who's more used to using the, I don't even see. Okay, colors. Okay, so you can select colors here. Okay, so there is. Okay, so if you click on an alert window, right click on it, and I see colors. Sorry. Oh, I did see colors. Let me do another one. Or this one. So obviously there is a way. Let me get the momentum channel up. I know that has a. So if I right click, okay, so there's sound alerts. Okay, so you have to pop it out, I guess, to access its colors. I mean, listen, it's not super friendly. Okay, so if you see an alert window, then you have to right click and then pop it out. And then you have access, right click on it, and then now you can select colors and things, okay? I mean, it's not super friendly. No, no plans to make it for the Mac, no. All we're trying to do is maybe increase the functionality of the web-based version to make it more, like I know we're trying to add this Brokerage Plus to the web-based version, but no plans for a Mac, no. All right, I see GRWG showed up on your scan, Zach, and I saw this had a downgrade also this morning. Wow, look at this. I mean, another cannabis play. All right, JWN, maybe now you're going to give it up. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Man, oh man, I bet you any money that Zach is in this CPNG. What an excellent, excellent one from that scan. Breaking down out on volume. I just can't do it now. But all-time low, this should, no, see, it's not going to show up here. Again, I got a pretty tough filter in place on this one. The relative volume has to be 8. I don't know what you mean by a balance value filter, Billy. You mean on balance? We don't have it. Yeah, we don't have it. You're ever wondering what we might have, or if, if you're wondering about something, you can just right-click on an alert window, click on Configure, and then do a search. So, for instance, you want to. I'm aware of what that is, but we don't have it. But if you click, you start typing in balance, you'll see we don't have it. If you look for RSI, this is what we have. If you wanted a different time frame, we don't have it. You can't just create it. Okay. Again, we don't have. We did it this way because most people don't want to get into programming. Okay, so try to create enough variations that would satisfy the majority of people. MACD, stochastics. I mean, all I'm trying to do here though is if you just do a search and you can see what we do have. Wow, CPNG. Tell me, Zach, you must be in CPNG. You must be in CPNG. That's the one I wanted. I wanted CPNG, but I got tied up in doing other stuff, and now it's just too late. Look at the market. However, let's see, I did take the Nordstroms inching down, inching down. I did take the Nordstroms, underneath that 22. And look at Sono now too, but CPNG, yeah, it's got to be the star. I mean, look how beautiful. There's a trend, guys. Very very little movement up, even on a 2-minute chart. Okay, so how do I toggle the price axis on a chart? Are you talking about, you can't, if that's what you're talking about, you talk about the y-axis? Yeah, you can't do anything about that. We're not a full-blown charting program. Sorry, Emilio, sorry. You can obviously, you can zoom in and out of the chart, but you can't do anything on that y-axis. Any plans for folders in my cloud area for better organization? You mean to be able to take, say, certain alert windows and create? I don't think there's any. I don't think so. I don't think there are any plans for it. If that's what you mean. However, you can always, if you can explain exactly what you mean, coming from our customers, a lot more powerful than coming from me. You can send something to info@trade-ideas.com, okay, and make a suggestion, a feature request, and I can't guarantee it'll ever happen. Okay, but you can at least make the request. So what happens is these requests, they get assigned into the feature requests, and then they get sorted. So if we get enough customers saying, hey, this is what we want, then we take a look at it. One of the things I do, and I don't talk about docking at all really, because I don't want to say it's an advanced topic, but it's something that can be a little. Come on, Nordstrom. Sorry, guys. Oh man, it's fun doing this. You get tugged in a million different directions sometimes. Ugh, I wish I were tugged in this direction. CPNG. Oh, Zach Scan? Yes, okay. This is down, breaking out on volume. This is what we're talking about. I'm sorry, who asked for Zach Scan? I can't remember if it was an off topic or not. I'm putting it an off topic, okay? This is Zach Scan, the one that is this one here, the down. Now I've adjusted a little bit to, oops. This is what we're talking about right here, okay? And I've adjusted just a little bit. So the smart stop, so the question was the smart stop, and yeah, in theory it's for day trading, yes. I mean, every time you click on an alert, you'll be presented, sometimes it's hard to see depending on the time frame you're looking at. You'll be presented at the time when you click on the alert, you'll be presented with a suggested smart stop and a target. Okay, now the target is nothing fancy. It's just double the difference between your entry and the stop. So let's say that was 20 cents. So the target would be 40 cents away. Okay, the A tip now from the AI. You see, at one point, I mean, there was the alert at 369, but it's taken a while, but it's starting to move now. Okay, I mean, that's how people say, how do you use the AI? Well, if you use it like a watch list and kind of follow the alert, sometimes, you get an alert, it doesn't immediately start to move in the direction you want. So I'm not saying A tip is going any higher. I have no idea. Meanwhile, Sono, holy smoke, Sono, another one. Of course, the market doing this, you would think that, these ones that are breaking down, they obviously that's the direction of the market. I know, I did rename it in another scan. I know. It should be, I know. In fact, I think I may have saved it like that in another one, or did I not? Yeah, it was just I wanted my eyes to be drawn immediately. This was a down, like a short play, but you're right. No, I don't follow it at all, Emilio. I'm a different, I admit, I don't follow the smart stops or certainly not the profit targets at all. I think it's for, if you're a new trader, it's something to keep an eye on, but I don't really follow it at all. But that's not to say that if, it may not be the worst thing to follow, but I don't. These are generated by the computer somehow. It's a volatility factor, et cetera, et cetera. But again, that does not mean, because I don't do it, doesn't mean you or anybody else shouldn't do it. Boy, skin also. I mean, skin was another one from that scan or some other scan. I can't even remember anymore. But now we're getting into, I mean, the Dow, of course, still taking a big hit. The SPY is down. Tech has had a bit of or NAS has had a bit of a interesting day. It actually went positive at one point. One of the things I do, just to let you know, these are my docked windows. Don't go into it very much, but how I name them, so I can find them. It's not quite the folder aspect, but I can find all of my docked windows just by because I've named them starting. Whoops, I've named them starting with dock. Okay, so I can see all of my docked windows. So it's not quite the folder aspect, but so it's not, so the short float and growth and all that is updated twice a month. And that's industry standard, okay? It's nothing to do with us. It's just sort of industry standard. Like it is updated, we'll call it the 1st and 30th. Or sorry, the 15th and 30th. There is zero reason why it shouldn't be done, every day, but it's not up to us. Ah, shoot, I should have taken some of that JWN off, but I was a little distracted. Boy, Sono is just getting crushed here. Well, I shouldn't say crushed. It's down 6%, but next low looking left is 27, so maybe that'll hold it. So send that to info at trade-ideas, Dana. I don't know technically how hard it is to do something like that. Trailing stops are available, I think, only in a dollar sense. You'd have to, man, I should know this, but I just don't. Pepe probably knows. You might be able to use, I don't know if you can use it in the simulator. I mean, there is. So who asked that question? Doctor, somebody asked the question. Do you have a simulator? Yes, we do. Right there. So you can practice trading using our simulator. You have to be using our downloadable application as opposed to the web-based version. But you notice here there's an option. One of the tabs is Brokerage Plus. Underneath are two options: Live and Sim. And so you click on Sim, and now you can practice, and it's using our real-time data. Okay. So, and it's simple to use. You just click on an alert and then the symbol shows up. Now, again, this is a development version I'm on, so it looks a lot different from what you guys have right now. But the bottom line is, yes, Dr. Cam. I think I'm going to probably get out of my JWN flat. Shoot, I should have been paying a little more attention to it. We'll see what happens here. See if it drops underneath that 22 again. Meanwhile, skin. Oh, brother. Can't chase it now, but 1632. There's basically a dollar drop. And that CVAC that I was in earlier, it is now reversed completely. I believe, yes, it is now. This was a quick short that I was in, and now it is reversed and now back down to an all-time low, CVAC. Yes, so Dr. Cam, if you go to my homepage, here's my link right here. So if you go to my homepage, we do have a special on right now, 20% off. You can try us out for a month if you want. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. Okay, so there's a promo right now, MLK20 for 20% off the first month. Click on Get Trade Ideas, and this is what I would do. Try us out. This is a toggle, annual, monthly. Okay, so standard, that's all you need. Standard, 118, less than 20%. Okay, you can try us out for a month. If you maintain this subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. If you did want to upgrade to an annual, and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 20%. Okay, this is how much an annual would be, 1068 minus 20%. But don't do that. You know, you can just try us out for a month. If you don't like it, then, you know, just unsubscribe. And there's nothing to download. Well, you download the program, and then this is part of it, okay? There's nothing separate to download. All right, let's take a look. I've got some thumbnail charts, just kind of keeping an eye on. It's funny, AMC is kind of holding that 20 level, and it's not really moving down, but GME is. Usually they tend to trade a little bit in tandem. Yeah, and you can come into this room. This is a free room, so you can come into the room every day, also at between 12 and 1. Let's see, it's about half an hour from now in our YouTube room. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. They have a different style of trading. They're actually the more swing trading than I am. And I'll put the link in there. And that's between 12 and 1. And then from 3:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday, Chris Varley from Trade Ideas is in our YouTube room. So you can ask him questions. I mean, try to support it very well. It meaning the program. Well, take your time. If you do take out a subscription, then what I would do is take a look at this. Again, when you click on my homepage link, so you've already got that, then go to the go to the education section right here. Okay, we have an education section right here. And then I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. It gives you, it's a nice overview of, well, I'll just show you what it looks like. It's just a nice overview of the basic features. You know, what is a top list, building a top list? What's an alert window, creating an alert window? Okay, all the way down to what you were talking about, well, Brokerage Plus, which is this, how you can do some simulated trading. Now, we also have a very comprehensive user guide, but I would look at this first, okay, before you take a look at the user guide. But you want to really dive into it. We have a very comprehensive user guide. And again, this is broken into all these different sections. So here's, you know, alert windows, top list windows. This is the single stock window. So it all is broken down into different sections. And also the full table of contents, which is, and every now and then it doesn't show up. It is searchable, okay? Normally I see it over here, but it is searchable. But I would take a look at the 20 lessons first, okay? Don't overwhelm yourself with the user guide. Also, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. If you go to, again, to my home page, you go to my home page, and here are the scans. I'm sharing a lot of my scans are here. And also in our toolbar, if you click from our toolbar, you click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar. These are all theme-based channels. Many, many different types of scans are in here too. So no programming language to learn. Try to create enough scans for all the different types of subscribers that we have. But like anything else, there is a learning curve. All right, Nordstrom, you turned around for me. Good. JWN. Yeah, I've had no issues with Windows 11. Now, I don't know the program you're talking about, but I have had no issues with Windows 11. I think I've been a couple of months now with it. I haven't noticed any difference or any quirks that all of a sudden I couldn't do something I was used to doing. We do get that question a little bit. How does it affect trade ideas and all? I don't think it affects it at all. Yeah, a couple, a couple more menus to go through just to even to, shut off your machine and all. But I mean, it's just not a. I'm not sure what the big deal was to change it, but. Come on, JWN, don't do that on me. It's just the look and feel. Yeah, I mean, all these taskbar now in the middle instead of to one side. Somebody said you can move them over. There's an option. But I don't mind them right in the middle. All right, let's take a quick peek at the sectors and see what's happening. See if there's any major change. See if the energy sector is still 100%. And the answer is not quite. So 91% of the stocks in this XLE sector, ETF, these are the ones that make it up, they're up from yesterday's close. Financials have made a little bit of a comeback. Pre-market, these were like only 8% of them were up. Technology, a little bit of a comeback. Because again, I think only 10% were up when we looked pre-market. Healthcare is still in the tank. And look at real estate. But we have had a little minor rally in the tech stocks. Yeah, there's no question that. I mean, AMD has definitely been doing its own thing. This is an alpha stock. I mean, it doesn't care what the market's been doing. It's been doing its own thing. Yeah, I'm backing off the bounces, definitely, unless I saw the market really starting to put in about 45 to an hour of green candles. I'm going to say this one definitely surprised me. This guard force, GFAI, there was the pre-market high of 135, and then it started to slide, like most of these low floats have been doing. But this surprised me. I mean, it took out that pre-market high, and then it surged from there. Now, of course, hopefully, if you got into this one, you took some profit. We did talk about it. Somebody mentioned it today, but it didn't. It wasn't loading into IB's platform. So we did talk about it, yes, but for some reason it's not loading into IB's platform. So Interactive Brokers platform, it's not recognized. Yeah, I mean, it loads in our charts and it's the correct name and all. And I guess that, I don't know. I mean, obviously, this was maybe another symbol. It took over this symbol. What year is this? No, I don't know what to make of it. It loads as a pink sheet stock, yeah. Anyway, it doesn't look like it's really doing anything. Well, guys, I'm trying to be a little stubborn on this JWN. Basically, it's right where I shorted it, just a little bit above. I missed my opportunity to take about 30 cents out of it, but well, there's no question the market's been choppy. I mean, yes, we're down, pop up, move down. Who knows what's going to happen right now? A little green candle here. Yeah, we've identified something like that. I see your question about you flatten it, opens the opposite trade 50% of the time. Yeah. Ha! Neil, you know what I'm talking about. I haven't mentioned that for a while. Neil says not one of those 5 days in a month for sure. We used to talk about how, in a month there might be 4 or 5 days that you can really make the money, and the other days, the 16, I'm talking about market days, the 16 to 17 other days, it could be a real grind, but there can be sometime, 4 to 5 days. The problem is, which are those days? Yeah, the ATIP is interesting. It is interesting. Um, what's the high looking left here is 395. So I mean, there's the high looking left last month. And the next high is 457. So I would agree that if it can somehow, what's the volume like? All right, unfortunately, I got out of my JWN. I'll look at it later maybe, but I got out of my JWN for a little loss instead of having a decent little gain. That's just, I got a little bit distracted. That's okay. Alright guys, I'm just, again, all I'm doing, it just has some thumbnail charts on my other monitor, one of my other monitors, and I'm just kind of keeping an eye on them just to see if anything is interesting happening. This one, the CVAC, still kind of interests me. I was able to make some money on this one on the short earlier, but even there, I mean, look at this. Yeah, I mean, this is tough. I mean, that popped up to 24.33 on that 5-minute chart right there, and it came right back down. So this is not, you can get easily shaken out of trades. Yeah, something like Nordstrom's JWN looks like it's kind of tracking the market a little too closely. You can just look at the candles and some of them are almost identical, which is what I want to shy away from. BBIG, I don't think that's available for me to short. No, not at Interactive Brokers. It could really, I mean, you can see what it did. I mean, it got right up to the 200-day moving average, I think. 402, and there's the 200-day moving average at 407. I mean, you can just see that green line, and that has stalled it so far anyway. How's JP Morgan doing now? Any bounce? No. I mean, a little one here, but I mean, man, it's still... Real's been talking about Wells Fargo. So they actually did have a huge, nice... Well, they had a bounce. At one point it was negative. Again, released earnings. So we've got Wells Fargo and JP Morgan. Next week you get some of the bigger, well, Goldman Sachs next week. The Goldman bounce? Not really. Yeah, just always on the lookout though for those stocks that are trading on their own as opposed to trading, like tracking the SPY so closely. All right, guys, I just want to confirm that it is Andy in our YouTube room today. Okay, yeah, this confirmed it. So Andy will be in our YouTube room at about noon. That's when I'll take my break. Yeah, DWAC, DWAC over now. 70 again. I mean, it's been choppy, but it's been very choppy, but it's over 70 again. Some volume coming in. All right, well, big is be big, guys, right at that 200 day. Is this when it's going to take it out? Yeah, that and PHUN have tracked somewhat. DWAC, how's PHUN doing? Yeah, so there's fun, PHUN, and CFVI, or CVFI. Nordstrom now is starting to drop again. Well, that woke me up. Maybe a squirrel alert. I am now keeping an eye on this BBIJ to see if it really takes out that 200-day moving average. Not everything's about you, Mr. William. No, NVAX, guys, is, I mean, it's been kind of a little bit all over the place, but it is crawling back. I mean, it had that 100, touched that 100 this morning. Just one moment, please. Yeah, so for me, Swan, I only, it's hard for me to answer that question. I only look at the daily. Others may look at a 60-minute or a 30-minute 200 SMA. Okay, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I only look at the 200 SMA on the daily. But I'm sure there are people in the room that may have the 200 on different time frames. And if it helps them, great. I just don't do that. All right, guys. Well, again, moment of truth, really, for this BBIG. Holding over that 200-day moving average. Yeah, I may hop back in it. I have to check again. Where was the support? Yeah, I don't know. I may just leave it alone now. Yeah, only you have to have a plan for that one, Swan. You know, I mean, nobody's going to be able to say yes, you should take some or take some off now, or it depends where you got in. You have to have a plan of some sort. It is interesting because I mean, yesterday this was pumped incessantly in our YouTube room, and I think it was a bot because it was virtually the same type of slight modifications of what was being said. And I'm not kidding, probably had 20 or 30 posts in our YouTube room like that. And nothing, one at the very beginning in the pre-market, and nothing now. Now that it's really moving, which makes no sense to me. I have no problem talking about BBIG, except you can't say things like get into BBIG now because it's going to go to 100. Stuff like that. No, don't worry about the other room. It's a YouTube room, okay? TV. I moderate it the same. It's exactly the same. I mean, they see me or see my screen. They can hear me. What happens is at noon, though, when I take my break, somebody else takes over in the YouTube room. That's all. Don't go there now. But if when I take my break at noon, somebody else takes over. Today it's Andy at Trade Ideas. So one of the other traders. We have 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. Okay. All right, everybody. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in the room. I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm still here until he shows up. All right.
Testing 1 2. Hello, traders. Let me know when you can see my screen and can hear me. Testing 1 2 3. Testing, testing. Can you guys hear me out there? See my screen? Yes, okay. Thank you, Michael. All right, Sahar. Appreciate it, guys. Welcome. Hi, Timothy. How are you doing? Thank you. Thank you. My name is Andy for some of you that may be in here for the first time. And yeah, this is our support webinar that we do every day at 12 Eastern Time. And hi, Michael. Thank you. All right, so no agenda. We can look at charts if you want to, but the main goal here is to help anybody that may be struggling with the software. Hi, Debbie. How are you? May having issues. If you want me to help you with anything, whether it's a window configuration. Hi, Jacques. Salute. Salute. Anyway, yeah, just you're in the right place. So if you have a question, just drop it in the chat there, and we will dive into it and see if we can't solve your problem or help you out with anything that you might be struggling with the software. Other than that, yeah, we can just talk stocks, talk market, and share some ideas. While we are waiting, let's do a kind of market recap. No, it's not really a recap because it's not over, but still under some pressure. You got the SPYs now below all their key moving averages, except, of course, the 200, which is way down here. Same thing with the Qs. Qs actually up on the day, but still below their major 10, 20, and 50 moving average, and starting to kind of fan out a little bit. So definitely has some work to be done to improve the technical merits of this market. IWM is still being IWM. Nothing going on there. Actually closer to load. So key level, watch that IWM. You can see my price alert down there just below 210, which is a key level that we probably need to hold if you're in small cap land. Hi, Iris. How are you? All right, Debbie. When you change a window in a dock window, does the individual window get saved when you save the docked window? Or do you need to take it out, make changes, and put it back into the docked window? Yeah, I mean, the easiest way to view the idea of docked windows, let me pull up the docked channel bar here. All right, so just keep in mind that, let's just put it on something. Let's go put Wall Street bets here. All right, so anytime you save a docked window, it doesn't matter if you click in the individual window like this and you hit save or share to cloud, it's going to save everything. In other words, it's saving the whole dock. It's not saving the individual window. So in your case, you know, Debbie, if you did take this and basically removed it, okay, that window is gone. Okay, so if you did create a window inside a docked window and you want to make sure you save that individual window, what you want to do is right click in that window, duplicate free floating window. Okay, this will duplicate your free floating, you know, your exact same window, and now it's not in the dock, it's free floating. Now you can go in here and you can save this, and it's only going to save that window. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Okay, just remember, anytime a window's in a dock and you click on that window, you're not saving that window, you're saving the whole dock. Okay, so if you do want to save that individual window, duplicate it in a free floating window. And you're correct. You're right. If you want to make changes to that window, no, you don't need to pop it out if you just want to make changes. I can come in here and still configure this window and change it. Oh, what's going on here? I'm starting races. I don't mean to. I can go in here and still configure this individual window, okay? And then once it's configured like I want it, I can go in and resave the whole dock, and it's going to save that window, the changes that you made in that window, okay? So you don't have to pop it out, make the changes, and then put it back in if you're just trying to change a window that you want to remain in your dock. Hope all that makes sense, Debbie. Okay, hi. Which data plan subscription do you need for Interactive Brokers? Is there a few? Yeah, let me show you the ones that you need here. Let me go here and oh, let's see. Where am I going here? No, I don't want to go there. I want to go here and go to Trade Ideas. And this is the window. This is the one you need right there. Okay. So basically you need to spend, what is that, $14.50 a month. Okay. You need to get the U.S. Security Snapshot and Futures bundle. And then you need to get the individual NASDAQ, NYSE, and the Amex. That includes the Amex. Yeah, so get those three right there for $150 a month, and then make sure you get this U.S. Security Snapshot bundle. Can you copy that? Who was that? Nadas? Or yeah. So do you got that, or do you need me to Do you need me to like send you this somehow? Send an email if you want an exact, you know, I don't think I can load stuff in here. Probably could, but not sure how in this chat window. I know I can drop links, but. Okay, took a picture. Great, thank you. Yeah, that's the one you need. I'm glad you asked because many people get confused, and IB, it's hard to get any help with them as far as, you know, what you need for our API, or their API, I should say. All right, let's see. We have another question here from CG. Hi, Andy. I used alert setup with do not repeat for the whole day, but when I run historical for that alert, right. Keep in mind, history ignores the do not repeat function, okay? It's going to give you every alert that would have come through. Now, what I always recommend is for people, if you have an alert window, let's say I have this alert window and I feel like, oh man, I think this missed something. Let me go back and look at history. I don't have one running on this do not repeat, but I can still explain it. So what you want to do, and this is a great tip to always keep in the back of your mind, try not to just go in and run history, because what's going to happen when you do that, okay, when you run history and you come back to real time, it's going to reset and only give you the most latest alert. So you're going to lose all the data that was in there. So what I like to tell people to do is just go ahead and duplicate it first, okay? So now you got it duplicated, same window, and then run a history. And then you don't lose what was in your normal window. You guys have seen it anytime you leave your default window and come back to it, all your windows reset. It can be, yeah, it can, I don't like that. It happens to me quite a bit. So what I've learned to do, anytime I want to look at history, I right click, duplicate the window, and then run history. And yes, it does ignore the don't repeat function. It's going to give you every alert that would have come through that history had the do not repeat function been on. So sorry about that. It's a little bit quirky, but some people it helps because they can go back when they have the do not repeat function on. They can go back and see, you know, where and how many times that alert would have triggered. Especially if you think you might have missed something, it's going to show you. All right, you're welcome. You're welcome. Let's see, Debbie. I'd like to be able to reconstruct my docs, so I take the window out to make changes, and then put it back in the dock and resave the dock. Okay, you can do that, Debbie. I just don't think there's any reason to, because you can make changes inside the dock as long as you resave the dock. You're going to have to resave the dock anyway. So let me go back into the channel bar, because that's always going to revert back to its normal state when I make changes. So let's go into NFT and crypto once again. And you say, I'd like to be able to reconstruct my docs so I can take out and make changes and then put it back in the dock and resave. And when you say make changes, are you talking about make changes to the configuration or make changes to your dock layout? How the layout is in the dock? Because like I said, if you want to make changes to a configuration, in other words, if you want to change some filters or something like that, you can do so inside the dock window, and as long as you save the dock again, you're going to be fine. Now, if you're going to want to reshape, make changes to your dock format layout, you know that's a different animal. But it wouldn't have anything to do with the configuration of the window. But to answer your question, if you want to do it that way, if you don't have it already saved in the cloud, all right, you cannot just close the window and expect to pull it up somewhere. Okay, so once again, the only way you're going to be able to do that is duplicate into a free-floating window. Okay, great. Yeah, just remember that if you build something, if you actually build a configuration inside a dock, okay, you're not going to be able to save that individual window unless you pop it out and duplicate it. In other words, duplicate it in a free-floating window. That's the only way you're going to be able to save that individual window. But no, that's a good question, and I'm sure a lot of people were confused at first when they started working with these docks. Um, so it's a little quirky. And another little quirkiness about it is when you want to name it, in other words, save it and name it, you can come in here and right-click, and you can change title. You can also come in here and save layout, and you can name it here as well, and save it. So and it will change the name into the dock. So it's best just to work in with your save or share to cloud configuration when you're wanting to build these docks and save them. The hardest thing with docks is getting, and it only takes spend a Saturday, maybe an hour getting used to how to configure these, inside these little. It gets a little quirky. I built all these docks, and so I'm kind of familiar with where you want to go, but it takes a little bit getting used to. All right, so let's see, Iris. This is I think I built one last night called Death Row Inmates, and it's a bearish strategy. It's not really a strategy, it's a top list, a scan. And what it does is, let's take a look at the configuration. It's a top list once again, so there's no alert. And I have basically the key filters in here are everything's going to be below their key moving averages. 200, change from 50, 20-day moving average, and a 10-day moving average. So they're all going to be below, because I have a max of negative 0.01. And the key thing here is I got a few filters in there to kind of try to find setups before they're just way oversold and not chasing shorts. And you never want to just chase shorts. It can work if there's news or something like that and it's just getting hammered, but in a lot of cases, especially in this bull market that we've had lately, chasing shorts can get you in trouble. So what I did with this one is I sorted by position in 3-month range. Okay, so the higher value is going to appear at the top of the top list. So let me just close this out and I'll show you. Man, what is going on? This is the only place it does it. It never does it in my webinars. It's weird. It's got to be something with that OBS. Okay, let me move this around again. Hold on. Testing. Let me know. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Great. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Okay. All right. So these are going to be sorted by position in 3-month range. So if you look at some of these, it's going to be, you can see the higher values will be up top and it'll be descending in that order. I think. I may have made some changes here. Okay, so a lot of these ones you're going to be able to catch, and they're not going to be, already broke down. So this could be very handy. Let's take a look at some of the ones from yesterday morning. I think I showed this and it was a great example. So let me go to time frame, use historical date, and let's go to 9 o'clock yesterday morning. I'm on Central Time, so it'll be 30 minutes after the bell. Okay, thank you, Jacques. And you can see, because the position in the 3-month range, okay, you're going to see a lot of these have not broken down yet. And FCell is a great example yesterday. Up here, it opened up around 5.16 or 17, took a good hit. Blink, you're going to see a lot of these opened up and then broke down. Netflix was a beauty yesterday. I mean, it opened up well below its, low of the month and just got hammered all day long. And you can see a lot of the charts, why it has the name Death Row Inmates. A lot of these do appear like there. Look at that one from yesterday, just continuing. So I got this idea because, and I think we did this my last Friday support webinar. I took the above all major SMAs, okay, which is this going to give you every stock, okay, of all the stocks out there, it's going to give you ones that are above all their key moving averages, okay? So what I did is I just took this and I flipped it, okay? I configured, and then I just flipped and hit OK. And that gave me the start of this Death Row Inmates. And then what I did is just try to go in there to configure some of the filters so you're not chasing a lot of stocks that have just been killed. Okay, so you'll be some great setups in this one. As a matter of fact, yesterday, AMC was in this, yesterday. And look at that beautiful setup right there. Just so weak. It's an upside down cup and handle right there. It's basically an upside down cup and handle, and then you had the break there. Same thing with GME. It was also in this one yesterday, but kind of sloppy there. I don't like that big whatever that was. Well, I think I know what it was. Great shorting opportunity actually right there. So anyway, let's go to real time and see if. Can I flip this as well? Yeah, we can flip this one. We can turn this around and flip Death Row Inmates. Live during market hours. And you're going to find some pretty decent setups. Of course, now with the market down, 2 days in a row, there's a good one right there. Cheesecake Factory. Looks like it's just going to. See, you're seeing these before they potentially break. That's what I like. Because it's sorted by position in 3-month range. Now, if I go down to the bottom down here, you're probably going to see some that are already broken. See, the one by sorting by 3-month range, you're going to catch them more right here versus down here where they're already knocking on the door or already broke through. And I have some other filters in there to prevent it from being a, catastrophic, chase. So, Debbie, yeah, let's take a look at that. Let's take this and flip it upside down. Let me duplicate it so we can compare the two. And we can come in here and I'm trying to think here. If there's any filters in there that may cause a conflict. I don't think there is. So let's just try to flip it. And look at all these stocks that are nice and green now. Now this, since it's filtered, see this is the thing I was going to talk to you about what calls a conflict. You're going to see a lot of these since it's sorted by position in 3-month range that have already gone. See? So what you want to do opposite here, you would probably want to maybe sort that way to catch some of the ones that may potentially be going, gosh, I tell you some of these ones, Xerox, you're going to find a lot of dividend payments. There's a good one right there, Xerox, which is sitting there just hasn't gone yet, but, setting up potentially a beautiful little chart there to the upside. You're seeing a lot of I just bought a little bit of this. This is basically my only position other than being short the market right now. I bought it pretty much right here, 41.50, just half size. Bought half size. Gosh, I wish I would have been. I was busy this morning, but look at that. Look at these tails. That would have been a beautiful buy down there, right off the 20 period. Try to shake out all these people, and then just bounced. Utility stocks. So what I would like to do, I was a little bit hesitant in buying this because XLU is kind of under pressure. This is the utility sector, and I would rather see this pop up and get above. So I may not add to that position if the whole sector is not working, but I do like the shape of that FE. And pays a nice dividend. You're seeing a lot of dividend stocks doing well, guys, and a lot of staples, a lot of General Mills. Look at that one, just popping through an all-time high. Coke. Yeah, you're going to see it's another pretty little setup there. That's probably in here somewhere, I'm sure. Okay, we don't want to call this death row inmate, so let me do this. Let me sort this one so you can find those. Well, you may just have to, let me do the, biggest on top. Smallest on top, biggest on top. Should be smallest on top, yeah. Yeah, there we go. All right, so let's give this another name. We don't want to call it death row inmates. Nothing death row about these stocks. We'll call it let's call it could I put death row inmates in the chat? Yes, I'm gonna drop them both in there for sure. We'll call this strong. Let's just call it strong setup. All right, here's death row inmates. Make sure I didn't make any changes to that. Hold on just a minute here. I just want to make sure I didn't mess up the sort on this. That's right. All right. We obviously not in a bear market right now, but there's been some great opportunities to the downside, that's for sure. So if you're a prudent, wise trader, you can actually make money on both sides in this market. All right, there you go. There's death row inmates. In this strong setup, we will do as well. All right. Now getting back to so let's take a look at some of these. This is kind of Dave. I'm not really actually looking to do a whole lot of anything, to tell you the truth. Like I said, I got a decent position as far as being short the market. So boy, just don't want to do a whole lot of longs. I mean, when the market gets like this and heading into a weekend on a Friday, all the key moving averages all the major indices under the key moving averages, I just don't see a whole lot as far as swing trading or position trading to be very. If anything, I would probably be looking for some of these short setups that appear to be working regardless of what the market's been doing lately. And this could be a great little scan, a nightly scan, looking for these setups. Big gap down in the market. Like I said, I don't know if I want to chase some of these, but Could be a great little scan just to set alerts in. PayPal looks like it's breaking down there. Look at that. Well, yeah, that's a pretty big pivot level if it breaks that level. Not a whole lot, preventing this thing from broken. Just there's a lot of stocks that were strong, 6 months ago. Netflix was another one I showed you that was in here yesterday. Just really under some pressure now. Broke its major trend on the daily chart. All right, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Very good question. A Perfect Circle says, hi, Andy, would you tweak anything to your revenue growth vision scan to make it be more selected given the market being down and choppy? Very good question. And this is what I said in the webinar yesterday. And a lot of you guys know I'm not afraid to do a little bottom fishing if the chart makes sense like this. Well, I'd like to see more trading days. It's only been about 2 months of trading. But when I get a chart like that that's been basing and popping up, you guys know that I'm not too shy, from those setups. But I will say this: when the market, I would prefer to do that in the bull market. Okay, when the market's strong and the tape is strong. Let's face it, the last several weeks there hasn't been a whole lot of strength in this market. So I kind of shy away when the market gets like this because a lot of times those stocks that are beaten up just get beaten up more. I would prefer to play these type of setups in a there's another one, some volume coming in, but I'm hesitant in these kind of conditions because it seems like sellers are everywhere and looking to possibly take advantage of being in these underwater in these things and selling as soon as they pop up. So I don't really think any changes are going to be made to help you, with this. I mean, there's another one that's been beaten up, but look at this nice little pattern. This is something that I would be looking at in a very strong, bull market. But with what we're seeing right now, I'm just a little more hesitant to do what's called bottom fishing. I think there's a time for it, and right now, it's just it's not a game I want to play. I would rather probably play strong stocks like that one I showed you today. FE, and for reason I know there's a lot of interest dividend paying companies doing well. And a beautiful setup. I mean, it just doesn't get much prettier than that. And so I would rather, be in something like this, knowing that if it does close below probably its 20 period right there, I'll be out for a small loss. I hope that helps you. Perfect. Yeah, I don't think there's anything we can do as far as changing the configuration to make it, more. Probably what I would do would be looking for more volume confirmation. Like this SDIU is popping up right here, but it's just not doing the volume's anemic, so there's a good chance that's going to fail. So yeah, I would look for strong volume. It's probably the best advice I could give you if I am looking to do any sort of revenue growth fishing. All right, let me grab me a drink of water. I'm sorry I missed a question here from Ramin. Says, does Trader apps provide entry and exit signal? Yeah, so you can see right here in Holly's trades today, let's take a look at this LFST. You can see it gave you the entry right here at 8:58. This is in real time. It gives you a stop. Okay, so that is your exit signal right there. And it also gives you a target down here. Your target for this one is 785. Okay, so it's not too far from that target. If we get another leg down, could hit it pretty quick. And you can also get these entry and exit signals in your columns in your AI trades window. Okay, you can add those columns in there. Now, a lot of times you won't see an exit price because some of our strategies do not have a target. Okay, we've back tested them and they just do better if you hold them all day. Okay, so they'll all come with a stop. There'll always be a stop. Okay, but as far as target, well, actually the column would be called target. This is the exit price when they get out. Okay, like this one got out in what's called conservative profit. But basically they flatted this trade. So anyway, I hope that makes sense. You could pull up a column that says target. So we have there's your target price. So you could add that column in there if you wanted to see everything displayed inside the strategy trades window. But the easiest thing to do is just look at the chart. Everything's going to show you right there on the chart. Okay, Iris, do you prefer on the configuration to increase the volume to 5? There's some windows that I like to put average daily volume of 500,000. I have one in my extreme volume high-low pro. I'm just looking for stocks, that are liquid, and a lot of you're not going to see any low floaters coming through this one because you will if they average 500,000 shares a day or more, but a lot of those low floaters, they won't do that. They'll average closer to 200 to 300. But I've kind of gotten the habit. Barry does this instead of using an average daily volume just uses volume today, a minimum of 200,000. That way you won't miss a lot of these ones that may be dormant for several days, not trading very much, and then all of a sudden they become active. So that's what I prefer to use, Iris, and a lot of my momentum. You'll see that. I think that's no, I don't think I've changed this or not, but I do have a couple of windows that I've built. But it's subjective. You can, some people, they don't want to trade anything unless it does 1 million shares a day. And they're just looking for liquid stocks. And as far as I'm not too worried about the increase in volume, because especially my momentum trades, because I know that these stocks have to be doing like serious 1 minute and 5 minute volume. So I know the volume's going to be there, but I think I have lower volume on this Extreme Master Plus. I can't remember. All right. You're welcome, Perfect Circle. Let's see. Debbie says, any chance that TI will offer something like 5 weekly strength alerts, but for shorts? Good question, Debbie. It easily can be done. I'm sure Michael could do that pretty easy. You know what? I think most people are interested in playing, to the long side, and I get that. I'm kind of the same way. But if the market does get kind of scary in the coming weeks ahead, maybe that's something we can put together. It's a good idea. I'll have to see what Michael can do. I'm sure, like I said, I'm sure it'd be easy to do. Yes, Ramin. The app does. It provides real-time price. The charts right now, we're working on it. You're going to see probably a 3 to 5 second delay in the charts. Okay, but we're working on getting that. But the real-time alerts, you no problem there. They're going to be in real time. Yeah, I think Steve was looking at, I think in the last support webinar that he did, he said he was going through a lot of the Kathy Woods charts, and they all look horrendous. I haven't dived into her portfolio. I try not to get into what everybody else is doing. It doesn't change my thinking. All right, let me see. Some good questions today. Yeah, I actually bought, you know, a while back, bought a small position in that DraftKings, and boy, I cut it on at the open of this day right here. Actually, I think I cut it on. I think I cut it here, and it didn't. That was an ugly move right there. I remember I cut it. I'm pretty sure I cut it on that day right there. If not, it was early in the morning on this day. Yeah, there's a lot of these charts that you know it's okay, and that this is one thing I'm very disciplined about. If they don't work, man, I get out quick, and that's the thing about bottom fishing. I mean, this one was kind of setting up. The RSI was showing some divergence, and it was setting up to potentially, it was, I think, closed above its 10-period moving average right there. So its last kind of level of defense would have been the 20-period. But boy, that day when it couldn't get through and got slapped back down, to me, I get out quick. If they don't do what I expect them to do, I'm out. You should have gotten out quicker. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing about playing a potential turnaround candidate. It may be a trend reversal. As long as you're disciplined and get out when it does not do what you think it's going to do quick, and you take a little paper cut here and there, that's fine. Because what's going to happen, and like I said, these are not the conditions I like to do it in. But what's going to happen when you do hit these? It's real easy to get a 25% move. I got one in UNG the other day, and this is a good example of right here. This was basing for 6 weeks and got above its key moving averages. You had the 10 crossing the 20, and I bought it on this day right here, actually around 1280 or something like that, 1287, and then boom. I got out on this day. I was kicking myself because I got out around 1530, and it went all the way to 16. But then look what happened the next day. Gapped down and went lower. So don't be hard on yourself when you get a really nice gainer and it keeps going, because a lot of times it can retrace on you. It's like a BTU. Steve and I were in. Now this one's actually holding up. This one actually got out about, I think, at 1292. So this one, but it was, we were in it from average around 1175, and you get a nice little, move, 10%, 15% move. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's see here. Sorry, guys, just reading this over here, make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, Debbie, there is even SARK that lets you short ARK. Okay, I did not know that. Huh, look at there. So you're saying that this is actually a short of ARK? No, is this right? I did not know that. That is great. Are there other ETFs out there that let you short major funds, hedge funds? That's brutal. I'm sure they love that. How is DWAC doing today? That thing's Steve's in that. It's been holding up great. Okay, well, uh, you know what? If it's a regular investment, fund, it's doing quite well. So regardless of what it is, that's pretty strong. Now, what I don't understand is wait, is this her? This is you guys can tell I don't even keep up to the stuff. I'd rather not. But is this ARCC? Is that her? Or that's not the right one? Is it? Is that her fund? ARK. That's right. ARKK. Okay. Um, you could tell I'm not. Yeah. That. You know what? That SARK looks like exactly opposite of that. So I bet you're right. There's a Milco. These were some great fades this morning. If you were good at this kind of game, a lot of these uh, that ran up on that MLCO news. Yes, yes, I'm very familiar with those triple leveraged uh, short. Those biotechs and FAS and all that. Yeah, I did not know there was one to actually short Kathy Wood's hedge fund. All right, some good questions today. Got about 15 minutes left. Take a look at the markets here. Qs getting below their fast line now. And spiders trying to break down below their fast line again. And IWM looks like is on lows and looks like death warmed over. Okay, thank you, Debbie. It's interesting. Well, for swing trading shorts, the one I showed you earlier, okay, can be a nice little, swing trading for shorts, like this Netflix from yesterday. It kind of was sitting here, kind of going sideways. Picture this upside down. That would be a very, very strong chart. It's very similar to something like, this FE, which is kind of basing and looks explosive to the upside. Well, if you can find those charts that if you flip them over and they're going sideways right here and cannot move higher, it's very similar to a strong stock that every time it tries to go lower, buyers come in. Well, every time this tries to go higher, sellers come in. Now, I would prefer, this, be a little bit tighter, like especially, up here. This was a great breakdown right here on this day. So if you can find those in that window that I share with you, the death row inmates, you're going to find a lot of those setups. Now, the problem is if you wait until, the market is down 1.5% one day, the next day it's down another 1%. Now you got to be careful, okay, because you're kind of chasing. Not to mean that can't work. If the market gets hit hard, yes, they'll all work, but I prefer to find those setups or maybe even the stocks that kind of bounce up. So let's take a look at this pullback above 50 SMA long swing. Okay, and because what this is looking for, a strong stock that is pulled back on its 5-day time frame and then is reversing, taking out the prior day's high. So let's take this and duplicate it, and may not see anything in here because the market hasn't been that strong the last few days, so I'm not sure how much has bounced up in the last 5 days, but let's go ahead and try anyway. Okay, let's look at today and see what we got. Wow, we have a lot in here. Okay, let's go about at 9 o'clock. Okay, the gold miners, great example. Look at this right here. Boom, bounced up, weak chart. It's below its 50, and then you had the bar reversal. So this could be a great little swing trade. Okay, looking for those setups. Great example right there. XP. This, you probably would have saw this yesterday as well. As a matter of fact, I guarantee you could because it's below its 50-day moving average. It bounced up over the last 5 days. You would have seen this at 29.86. Beautiful short entry right there. There you go, down below its 50. So this one would be a great one. There you go. Went and hit its 50 yesterday, and this would have triggered right at yesterday's low. So what we're going to do here, gosh, a lot of stuff coming through here. A lot of gold miners. Look at the trigger right there. There's your trigger. Boom. On that one. Trying to see if it would have come out earlier. EHTH. There it is right there. You probably got this thing a lot earlier. Yeah, I mean, as soon as it took out this low right here, you would have got the signal on it. So basically, you would have gotten it about right here, 25.52. So you're up $1.30 in this trade. Just a beautiful weak chart there. So you know what, guys? This is a potential gold mine. So I'm going to actually save this. I kind of want this myself. Let me call it something else. So we're going to call this bounce below 50 SMA short. All right, and now we are going to save this one. And guys, yeah, this if we get in a bear tape, this is going to be a beauty. You know, on those days where you get a little bounce and then they roll back over. See what you can do when you just take a bullish alert or a top list and just flip it. We'll call it bounce below 50. There you go. This may have to be put on my main window if we continue in this pattern with this market. And the spies are going to lows, trying to go to lows anyway. IWM could test that level today, and the Qs are still kind of far from its lows. Let's see what's holding them up. Probably Apple. No, Apple's even rolling over a bit. And lo and behold, I'll tell you what, energy, if energy starts to roll over as well, which it looks like USO, no, no, there it is. I couldn't find it. Gosh, just energy. Energy is like the only thing saving this market right now. SMHs are actually up on the day, but barely. Looks like they're trying to roll over as well. Yeah, you can always, good point, you can always go with dust for the gold miners. Thank you, Mike C. Yeah, perfect circle. You said agree. Could be chasing shorts right now. We'll see that one I just shared with you. You're not going to be chasing those. Those are going to be really pretty setups that have bounced and then are rolling over and taking out the prior day's lows. So that would be a really good one to. Now the problem is you're going to keep getting these alerts as it continues to move lower. So you just got to be careful that you don't chase them. Try to catch them. Try to catch them early. All right, guys, about 5 more minutes. It's been a good session so far. There's that SARC, Debbie, that was coming through the My Extreme Master Blaster. Oh, poor Kathy. She was sitting on cloud 9 for a while. Yeah, you guys gave me some good content for next week because I've yet to flip this one. Now I flipped the T window before. We've worked with that, but this is a nice little alert that can give you some good setups to the short side. So that'll give me something to talk about next Thursday in my webinar. Boy, Yeti just been getting destroyed. And the spies are at lows. Even the bonds can't get going. Dollar probably strong. Yep, dollar strong. Let's see, Debbie. Yeah, let's see. This isn't a trader's vault. This is revenue growth fishing. And the pullback above 50, the swing, this one, I don't think it is. I'll share it just in case. But I will say this: it hasn't been working very well, and it's just the market conditions. And when I see that window, this 50, let me share it and I'll talk about it. Hold on. Okay, this one right here, long swing. Pull back above 50, long. This one, when the market was like back through here, was, boy, just golden. Lately, I've noticed the last several months, it hasn't been performing that well, and it's another indication to me that there may be some potential risk being taken off in this market, because this one used to work really well. There's a great example of this one. Pulled back, even though it's below its 10 and the 20, it's pulled back, and you got a bar reversal right there. But I'm telling you, well, this is Colgate, so interest-paying stock that could perform well in these conditions. Yeah, that would have had I been looking at that this morning, would have been interesting to me, since it is kind of a defense stock. Let's see, did I share it? Yeah. You're welcome, Debbie. You're welcome. Yeah, that's the thing about not going to pat ourselves on the back, but one thing about Trade Ideas is we're staffed with some traders that have been trading a long time and using Trade Ideas for a long time. So take advantage of it. We do, like I said, these support webinars where we do provide support, but we can also talk trader strategy and build alerts that can help you. And you're welcome, Mike C. And when you guys have such good questions, the hour goes fast, and it is that time. So let me inform Barry. I'll give him another couple of minutes. That dude works hard. Yeah, Terry, I am not the linking specialist. It's just not my strong suit. What I would recommend is going to our online chat. I'm pretty sure we link to Webull, but go to our online chat, or send in an email to info, and maybe we can get you a support document on that. Yeah, I'm not a linking guy. I talk to you guys and you give out great scans. I talk to Barry and he takes them away. All right, let me look at this BBIG. I did see that coming through my alerts quite a bit today. So yeah. Now, boy, this is, I would like to catch something like that maybe around 3:30. This is getting a little bit extended for me. It looks like it may want to, could test the $5 level. The volume's surely there. But definitely some strength the last 3 days there, Leslie. No, Barry's not the right guy for that, Terry. Yeah, he has his linked to IB, and that's probably all he's ever done. Yeah, because some of these other, it's all kind of subjective to their APIs, so some of them are a little bit quirky, and so the best place to go is we do have some linking. Chris is pretty good, although I don't know if he knows Webull. But yeah, just send an email in, or go to our online chat, and we can help you in there. You're welcome. You're welcome, Jacques. You guys have a great weekend. I'm gonna let Barry know. that he is ready to go. You're welcome, Terry. Yeah, thanks everybody for your kind words, and we'll do this again next week. And have a great weekend. And keep it tight out there because it's kind of nasty today. It's been nasty all week. And here comes Barry. All right, guys, we'll see you.
Well, it's like anything else. I mean, if it sets up, setting up for me, and this is not a recommendation, but just in general, any stock. I mean, look what it's doing. It's kind of chopping around this area. You can kind of see, but look at the volume. Look how the volume is tailed off. But you can kind of see that if all of a sudden you had some major volume coming in, popping it through this area, it could take off again. For me, it's just all about the volume. Right now, I mean, it's just kind of chopping around this area. Meanwhile, Sono continues down. So look left on this monthly chart. Can you guys hear me in YouTube? I want to ask somebody a question in YouTube. I don't know if Andy has vacated yet. All right. Leslie Woods, how are you? I want to see. I'm conducting an experiment here. Hello, Leslie. How are you? I noticed you talked about BBIG. How are you, Leslie? Kind of what I thought. Peppy, you know what I'm doing. You know exactly what I'm doing. All right. I see that, yes. All right. I'm Turf and Leslie. Sorry, Leslie, you are gone. No problem talking about BBIG, guys, but we were invaded yesterday with, I think, bots just trying to pump the heck out of BBIG. So if you put a post in there and I start talking to you, you don't answer, I'm going to consider you a bot. Boy, this look at this. I mean, this is a three-time ETF for LABU for the bios. Wow. What is IMAB? Is this a bio also? Yes, it is. IMAB's a bio also. Well, I try to be, Linda. Got to be careful in case it is, in case it is not a bot, just in case. Anything's possible, Terry. Never seen the poster before, so I'm not too concerned. You know, if it, for instance, if it were you, I wouldn't do that to you. Yeah, small spy down again. Yes, I mean, wow, look at the Dow and tech. Hard to commit to. You know, I see some of your bounce plays, Zach. It's just so hard to commit to anything like that with the market doing what it's doing. Meanwhile, GME, after a little flurry to 120, is starting to wend its way down again. It's going to be fascinating to see where this closes. I keep thinking, boy, it takes out 100 at some point. That could be completely game over. I know, Alan, I know. I've been bitten by that one before. Just when you think it's got to be over, and then it isn't. Sono. And the next low looking left is right down here on $27. This has been a, other than a little jog up. You versus the apes, Zach. Well, I've been waiting for this one. I mean, I just have been wanting this one to dip below 100 for a long time. Just because of the principle of it. That's all. For no other reason. Okay, just one moment, please. I'm a Bose guy. So again, you know, the BBIG, again, you just have to, you know, if you're, you just have to wait on this one to see if it pops out of here on volume. You know, the volume is, I mean, there was that big volume bar right there. And then after that, look at the volume dwindling. So you get some volume coming back in. Hey, it could pop it again. I'm not in it now. All right, guys. Well, I'm not getting as many alerts as I was. Take a look at OPAD. Remember this one? Remember this one? A few months ago, up to 21, $4. This is a all-time low now, OPAD, all-time low. What is considered good volume? Well, if you're talking about the BBIG, it's not the amount. I'm always talking about in relation to the previous. I mean, look, the volume is always going to be high. Okay, but you can't look at the absolute amount, like 6 million right here. What I'm talking about is in relation to the previous bars. Is there something standing out? Okay, so it's not a matter of the time of day or anything. I want to see if I wanted to take this one now, it would have to, yes, it would have to probably take out the high, but it would have to be on big volume, some volume bar that is standing out. You know, when you look at it right now, there's nothing standing out. Sort of relative volume. It's not so yeah, relative to the previous. This is more of a visual relative volume. I mean, that's how I do it. We talk many times about, you know, stocks breaking out of what looks like maybe a bit of a consolidation area, and they break out, and you think, great, it's going to start moving, and then, you know, people take those trades because they just think it's breaking out, but then all of a sudden it just falls back, and it may be even worse, falls back down below where you got it. Then you check the volume, and you see that it broke out on no volume. Now this, you know, the volume is starting to pick up here. You can see it. At least it's bigger than the previous one, but it's still, you know, I'd like to see something like this. I mean, look at the 2-minute volume. You pick a price that you think would be good to get in at if it hit that price. So for instance, I'll put 428. I'll create a price alert at 428. All right. Now I don't have to stare at the chart anymore. Now, if it hits that price, my price alert window is going to pop up on my screen. I can click on the alert, and then I can see, did it happen on volume? Okay. There's no volume alert. No, there's only a price alert. No volume alert, Swan. 5-minute RSI, I don't know. I don't have it up and running for BBIG, so I'd have to. I could do a stocks like this and just do a quick check, I guess, but I don't use the 5-minute RSI, so, but let me just do a quick check, see what, and see what the past has been. I don't even think I have the 5-minute RSI, but let's just do a check here, or add it. Show the column. Okay. So it's way over here. Now I'll do a single. So as an example, I've got 74 at 11:58. That's at 11:58. But you see, this is only triggering on a new high. So at 11:58, it was 74.5. You ever want to check? I mean, this is a great little template to have, guys. I mean, you ever want to check to see what the filter values are? You know, all day long, I can do a history today. Every time BBIG made a new high. Okay, that was what it was. I have no idea what it's going to show. I don't use the RSI, but I'll put it on just to see. RSI. You know what? I will, because I don't want to mess up my chart, so I'll just bring up a new chart. I know what you're going to ask. You're going to say that your value is different, and I'm not going to have an explanation. Okay? I know what you're going to ask because I've seen your post, but I have no explanation for it. Why it would be different from whatever you're using. But let me just put it up. Whoops. I don't know. It looks like, I don't know, 55, 56.53 or something like that. Okay, you've got 57.41, Steve. Okay. So if your question is why is it different from something else, then I can't help you. I don't know if it incorporates our pre-market trading. I have no idea. Exactly. So it might be pre-market data versus no pre-market data. Could be one reason why there could be some differences. All right, so it doesn't use pre-market data. Ours does not use pre-market data. Okay. Another one, Rocket Mortgage. You know what? I mean, the memers got a hold of this one on this day or 2 days. Okay, got up to $43. This was a pretty anticipated IPO when it came out. I mean, Rocket Mortgage. Now, I mean, it's called Rocket Companies, but I mean, Rocket Mortgage was advertised forever before the IPO. You know, years and years. I'm sure a lot of people thought this would do extremely well. Look at it. All time low. All time low. And that's RKT. All right, Steve, thank you for answering Terry. Yeah, man, if you won't short, you're going to be hard pressed to find good things to trade. Oh, absolutely, Swan. Um, I actually did a video. You can take a look at this video. It's probably in our other section too, but I did do a video on that. So we call them symbolists. Okay, just give me a second here. Just gotta find it. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. I did a video and I'm just trying to find it. You could probably, I mean, I guarantee you can go to our the home. If you click on my homepage link and go to the section on education, I know it'll be there also. I wonder if I deleted it. Give me a second here. I just want to do a search. Maybe I deleted it because it's now in our, if you go to our guide though, if you go to the guide, 100% it's here. Click on the education section, okay, and click on the user guide, and there should be a whole section on symbol linking. Symbol linking, creating a watch list, okay, watch list. I wish we would call it watch list instead of symbol list, but there it is, okay. So if you click on that, that'll tell you how you can create your own. Don't know why I don't have mine anymore, but okay, if you can find it right here, just click on my homepage link, go to the education section, go to the section on watch lists, and that'll tell you how you can create your own watch list, not just a watch list created because you clicked on a heart. Well, I don't know what you mean. You want it on the main dock. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean by that. You want to see it on the main dock. I don't. You cannot see if you're talking about seeing kind of like a spreadsheet with a column with those symbol lists in. No, the symbol lists always have to be attached to an alert window or a top list window. Okay. I think I understand now what you're talking about. Oh, I'd have to take a look at it. You know, you're asking me a question, AOMT. It's hard for me to know without actually seeing the settings. If you can break out, wow, look at this. I mean, Skin, Labu, Sono, Rocket, CPNG. You'd have to. I can't answer that without actually seeing it. So if you could break out the alert strategy and just show it to me, put it in here, and maybe I'll take a look at it, see if I can figure out why. Please give me the link, okay, as opposed to the summary. Because if you give me the summary, I have to recreate it myself. So please give me the link, the cloud link. Skin now breaking down below 15. Another all-time, no, I'm sorry, it is not an all-time low. Shady, I don't know if you're still long arc. I hope you got out. I know you were long around here, I think, in the 82 level maybe. Hope you got out. Unless this is such a long-term trade and you believe in her. What do I think of RELI? Probably nothing today, but let's take a look. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's up 50 cents, 6.3 or 6.8%, another low float situation, but I don't really think anything of it. I mean, it's had a nice little move, but it's choppy. I mean, look at the daily chart, very choppy, up and down. I guess if it broke out over 9, maybe it could get rolling again. But listen, going long anything today is pretty suspect. I mean, relative to how it has traded, I mean, even though it's 5.3 million, so it has traded the float over, what, 4.5 times or so. But look at the volume, compared to, that huge day. But the volume is just not there right now. It's not dead yet, but man, oh man, there's only so much you can dip by. Maybe you've got unlimited access to funds, but I think a lot of people are suffering if they've been following her from here. Yeah, I mean, to me, the bounce plays today would have to be more or less scalps. I mean, you might get lucky, on something that keeps running, but I mean, you're in the face of a downturn of a market. So bounce plays will work a lot better. Like the market doesn't have to be ripping higher, but at least not keep moving lower. You'll be hard pressed to find people who are willing to join you. Whew, skin. Another. I can't remember if this was actually an IPO or a SPAC that turned into into skin. Just can't remember. Based on the price, it's possible this was a true IPO as opposed to a SPAC. But again, $30 cut in half now. 2 months ago, $30 cut in half now. I don't know. I'm repeating myself. Oh, there's no question. I mean, Nordstrom's is a high-end shopping or a department store. I mean, it may not be the highest end in the States, but certainly more than Macy's or something like that. But just because something is high end doesn't mean it has value in the stock market. Oh, I don't know, the threat of interest rate hikes. I don't really follow it either, Terry. To be honest, the talking heads. They'll talk about this and that. All I know is what happens on a daily basis, and I try to trade, what I see on a daily basis. I keep wanting to hop into this one. Skin. What's the next low looking left? 1420 on that monthly chart. I mean, just yesterday it was up at 25. Just yesterday. I mean, it did fall off, but yesterday it was 25. I didn't realize that. The onion. Oh, I know another one. I mean, I know, guys. It's just repeat after repeat after repeat. Awful IPO. ONON 56, cut in half. All time low now. ONON. I mean, nobody expects these things to keep moving higher and higher and higher, but you'd rather, okay, I mean, you had a high up here. Maybe just base a little bit, maybe a little drift down, a little pop up, lift down. These are just getting wrecked. Absolutely wrecked. How did Melco end up doing? Yeah, just so the casinos still, most of the casinos, I'm sure they're about, well, I'm sure they're positive today, but certainly not trending anymore in that direction. All right, guys, I'm just following an internal discussion. Well, here's another one, guys. Look at cons. Through the 200-day moving average, 2319. So it's through the 200-day moving average now. CONN. Just pointing these out. I mean, these are just potential ideas, but, always an important number, that 200-day moving average, and it's just through it right now. Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. How many people on a Friday? No idea. And the long weekend coming up, though. What time is it right now? 1:39. So just another hour and a half. I'll keep the room open until 3:30. Put myself on mute at 3. Yeah, I don't really track it that closely, Barry with a Y. Absolutely, Jay. Have a nice breakfast in your pub of choice. Still part of the Commonwealth, Jay. All right, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts. I mean, I'm still keep watching this skin moving down, down, down. I just can't chase it, but amazing. Yeah, he's in a bit of a spot of trouble there. The Bear Killer. Okay, hello, the Bear Killer. Ija. Hello, Ija. I've missed you. You're joining the dark side now. I can confirm that I have never blocked you. Unless you were one of those ones yesterday screaming and yelling about BBIG. I don't think that's you, though. Only people I've blocked on YouTube are the ones that started coming into yesterday, maybe the day before, and just incessantly pumping BBIG, but I think it was a bot. Oh, I see. No, why don't you change your name then or something? Call yourself Ija1. I did not block you. I wouldn't do that to you. I thought you were just taking some time off. BBIG, yeah, I mean, keep the volume, guys. All about the volume. I mean, and I have a feeling. I mean, we could get some big volume coming in later, maybe, but until you get that big volume burst, there's no point in taking it. So you're right. Then I've never seen. Maybe change your name. Yeah, I did not block you. Maybe just change your name to Ija1 or Ija2 or Ija the best. I don't know. Maybe just change it and then see if that works. Do it, Ija the bear killer. Yes, do it. Well, you can't have been having too much fun. 'Cause I know you don't like the short. Yeah, I'm just seeing Disca here. Yeah, Disca is definitely an alpha stock. Kind of. I mean, it's chopped around a little bit, but I mean, considering that what the market's done, it's been on an upward trend. Or yes, you could just stay here. All right, Sono, come on. I want you to collapse. Are you kidding me? Crocs, NFT chatter. We're taking pictures of ancient Crocs. The skin actually had a little bounce finally, guys. A little bit of a wee bounce here, a little over 15. Well, we have an NFT channel, but other than that, been an interesting day. I mean, look at the gap ups, which you would expect, but look at my gap downs. Hardly anything, meeting all the filter requirements, even though the day has been like this. Usually, I would say half full of each one, but it's a strange day. The smart stop is calculated every day, yes. Well, it's calculated on an ongoing basis, like intraday. So you'll notice when if you click on an alert, you'll have a smart stop. Okay. If I click on the alert, if this moved higher, that smart stop would change. It's based on the. I mean, I don't know the exact math, but it's based on the volatility and the high and the low, and the number is calculated based on that. So that smart stop changes all day long. It's all about saying, okay, if I took this trade right now, NKLA right now at 987, there's my smart stop. If I clicked on it later on, I'd have a different smart stop. So it's calculating a smart stop as if you took the trade right now. And obviously that smart stop has to change during the day. The reason being, of course, because I mean, what if, as an example, so the smart stop, I don't know what the number is, but let's just say it's 970. Okay, right now, you take this trade right here, NKLA, and if you want to follow it, I mean, this is just a guide, right? So if you took the trade at 988, maybe the smart stop is I can't quite see it. No, it's right there. So 939. All right. Obviously, if this worked up to 1050 and you were taking the trade for the first time at 1050, there's no way the smart stop would be way down here. Okay, it would be adjusted constantly during the day depending on the price you get into the trade at. Whew, you too, Mookie. Have a great weekend. Long weekend, remember? Long weekend. We have our over under on how many emails we're going to get on Monday. Where is your data? Something's wrong with trade ideas. I have no data. So we have an over under. Yeah, can't wait, Dwayne. Can't wait. Off topic, Zach. Off topic, off topic, off topic. You of all people. I may have to exit this Sono short what the market's doing. I'm just looking at some other stocks. I just want to see if it can just really collapse from here. And so I know maybe get down closer to that 27. It may not. When stocks are gapping up when they come up on a scanner, well, it depends on your filter settings. If you're talking about, like these stocks right here, or if you're talking about a momentum, depends on your alert. If your alert is a new high of the day, and also say a 1 minute volume increase, which you can easily create, then it'll show up. If that's what you mean. So for instance, if you look at this momentum scanner, just as an example, okay, so here's KRMD as an example, okay? So this is the filter. So yes, triggers on a new high, but this is kind of, stocks where the volume was 1,000% compared to the previous volume 1 minute, and also 400% volume. So in the last 5 minutes. So in other words, usually what you'll see is something, now this was at 12:41, so I mean that's the last alert from it, but at 12:41 probably had this volume right there, in this area. So it would be some kind of a volume increase if that's what you're talking about. That's what we talk that's what we classify as momentum anyway. A sort of a sudden burst in volume compared to the previous volume bars. So when they come up on a scanner, I mean you can get, typically I'm always using a new intraday high, but you can, there are all sorts of different alerts you can use. New 5-minute high. So something could have been dropping, and then all of a sudden it starts to move on volume, and it's a new 5-minute high. Still could be down for the day, as an example. You have to figure out what sort of a trader you want to be. Do you want to trade pullbacks? Do you want to trade stocks at high momentum near the high or low of the day if you're going short? I think I recall your question yesterday regarding trying to find a scan that you had saved. Hopefully now you're saving everything to the cloud. All right, guys, almost 2 o'clock. Now listen, if the market keeps doing something like this, maybe puts in a few more green candles, maybe little bounce plays will start to work. I noticed, this was way back here, ASO from Zach Scan, but you can just kind of see with the market doing this, you might start to get some little bounce plays. And that's why I got out of the Sono. Market's doing this. I'm not going to try to go against the market. Volume, volume, volume. Not everybody's style, Cam, but I'm glad you've been able to figure it out the way you like to trade. That's great. And I know what you're saying, Cam. Of course, I'm not here to convert anybody into trading the way I trade. Of course, it just happens to be that's the way I like to trade. I certainly would never say, somebody says, "Well, I don't like to do that. This is what I find better." Fantastic. You got to find what works for you. Well, no new alerts. Is it still hanging tough? Allo? ALLO? Yeah, it is. I mean, a little pullback, but it's still hanging tough. Approaching that high right there, 1306. So if you're in this one, I mean, I'm sure you're aware, there's your next high looking left on the daily chart. Just one moment, please. Hey guys, I'll be right back. I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. But you know what? Robin Hood was can't miss. Can't miss. Look at it. You know, I'm being facetious, of course, but unbelievable. See, that's the only one, right, Ija? You're a funny man. Well, let's just take a peek at the sectors again, see what's happening. See if energy is still almost 100%. Yep, energy is 100%. Tech is, yeah, I mean, it's making a little bit of a comeback. Financials making a little bit of a comeback. Consumer staples, though. You know, I think when we last looked, I think this was around 20% or 10%. So consumer staples making a bit of a comeback. But you know, the only reason that this discretionary, you know, Las Vegas, LVS, and Wynn are in this particular sector. They're probably the only two. There are only four of them that are up. Healthcare still not good. So again, you know, good thing to check. If you're going to get into a healthcare stock right now, unless it's truly trading on its own, you're going against the trend. And how do you know if it's trading on its own? Well, normally the chart will tell you, but there could be some news, it could be earnings, something, you know, but normally the chart will tell you if it's trading on its own, because if the overall sector is moving down and it's moving up, well, it's trading on its own. Is it over 4 yet? I think oh no, hour. No, I was thinking of another one. What was the other one that came? Yeah, so hour is getting some volume now. What was that other one though that came out at 4? Hills. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Let's see if Hills where it is. Yeah, I think I have. Yeah, I've got my price alert still set up on this area. You never know. Not today, of course, but next week, next month, next 10 years. You never know. Definitely volume coming in. Somebody's got a hold of this. And there's William, the chief party pooper. Actually, there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh, you're right. It is on Zach's hand. You're right. What's the high? Yesterday's high was about 6, just a little over 6. Blame Canada. South Park. I'd like to see it get a little closer to this high of yesterday. I'm going to do this short. Still some available, 28,000 available. Interactive Brokers, 620. I'd like to see it get a little closer to 6. All right, guys, I'm just scalping now. I am just, I haven't been in a trade for a long time. So I'm just kind of scalping right now. Time is at 2:11. Another 49 minutes and I'll be on mute. I don't know if it's going to get to 580 for you, Terry, but the nickels and dimes do add up, yes. Well, it came in Zach scan at 2:05. What time is it now? 2:05? Came in that scan at 2:05 and the price was 564. Just seeing if it was alerted anywhere else in my scans. See, one thing is, I mean, I wouldn't have been alerted in any sort of a momentum scan and probably until at least 550. The reason being is that you can see it hit a high up here back at 11:15. And so it took that high out right here. So even if in a momentum scan, and it probably, I just don't have a momentum scan up on the positive side up and running today. But that's where it would have been alerted because the volume certainly was staggering compared to the rest. So I would have had, if I'd had a momentum scan up and running, I would have had an alert around 546. And that is 11:05. Yeah, that's the same. It's the same. Well, then you've got Zach scan. Because that's when it hit his scan. Always talk Eastern time. So 2:05 Eastern time, yes, at 564. Okay, nagging time again. BBIG. Look at the volume, guys. See the volume? Nothing earth-shattering, right? I mean, the overall volume, yes. You know, I mean, 4 million shares is nothing to sneeze at, don't get me wrong. But in relation to what happened before, you know, there's just no interest right now. You got to wait for the volume to come in. I love it when other brokers downgrade other brokers. When a broker downgrades another broker. So when will Wells Fargo feel the wrath of J.P. Morgan? Whoa, yeah, well, I'm glad I got out of that short and it just got halted. You're absolutely right. Wow, surprising. Halted at 629. Wow. Now that's why, you know, I always say you cannot walk away. I could have walked away. Thank goodness I didn't walk away on this one when I was short. I never would have, but you know, this is a great example of when you're in these crazy little ones, You cannot wander away from your computer. Now, there is no real clue here. Because 512, 630, that's not really telling us. Maybe the 629, 630, okay? So here's the halt. Again, Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So we're trying to get a bit of a clue where it may open. Halted at 629. I'll disregard this 512, 630. So 629, 630. Not really a clue where it may open. Because there's no way it's going to open at 629. I would doubt. Well, William, you maybe going to get your wish. You were looking for 638. Now there are 3,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. When I did it, there were quite a few more. I can't remember. Boy, I look at what I did. Oh man, it's all timing sometimes. That was luck. I mean, that was luck. I mean, I could have been short this, and that could have happened also. I mean, I would have, and it probably would have blown a little bit through my stop, but okay, it's just one scan, right? Ah, two of them. That's okay. So I see what you're saying. So the halt, you got it in the multi-strategy window, and you didn't get it in the alert window. It's a little strange, yes, because it's certainly showing up in my alert window. And now Vine just got halted on the way up, I guess, right? So halt, halt and the Vine, halt and Vine are both going crazy. Yeah, I have no explanation of why that would be happening. Now you only got the. Oh, wait a minute. Halted. So you only have. Why do you have a multi-strategy window when you only have one strategy? I mean, it shouldn't matter, but why do you have a multi-strategy window? Let me just open this one though. So when I took this one out, at that time I did get this. Now you wouldn't see this now. When I took it out, you wouldn't see it because it just happened. But let's just see if it resumes in both, okay? That's all I can do. Okay, that's all I can do. So I've just put them off my screen. Or off the main monitor. I just want to see what happens when they resume. But I do have to ask the question, why do you have a multi-strategy window when you only have one strategy? Unless you're thinking of adding a whole bunch more in here, which is nothing wrong with that, but okay, well, it did show up. It did show up. I just, you can see it right there. Okay, well, I don't know what to say because it did show up. I mean, when I loaded this, the reason it didn't show up because it had already happened, if that makes sense. But you can see right there, here's the alert window broken out of the multi-strategy window. We definitely got the Vine halt, and then the hour resumed. It's the same. Let's see what happens. I didn't do any. Well, all I did was break it out. You know, strategies, halt, and open the alert window. That's all I did. I mean, that's how you break out a strategy in a multi-strategy window. Now, the proof will be when Vine opens, okay? If I see Vine here, then I don't know what to say because it's halted here. Halted here, halted here. And if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 2:23:48. 2:23:48, so a little over a minute from now if it's a 5-minute halt. Thing is, I wouldn't use a multi-strategy window if that's it. You see, if a multi-strategy window typically is used if you have, you know, if you don't have a lot of screen space, so you can put a lot of alert windows into a multi-strategy window. All right, but if you look here, you only got one. It's just one. So I would turf the multi-strategy and just have it as an alert window. And if you don't know how to, I can give it to you if that's what you're wondering about. You know, broken out if that's what you want. Okay, so you were able to break it out. Okay, well, we'll see. Well, we'll see because if Vine in 23:48, so this should open in 10 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. Okay, so let's see. This is yours. This is mine right here. Let's see. And the answer is now. There we go. Okay. So it's working exactly the same as mine. So don't know what to say. Just use this. I guess I do know what to say. Just use this. Okay. Okay, are we good? AOMT, are we good? Well, okay, I'll give this to you. This is what was in your multi-strategy window, but I'll just give it to you. If you're looking for halts, resumes, this is what I would use going forward, okay? The one I share, I have a minimum volume of 20,000 shares. You know, I mean, it doesn't matter. This one is the one that you had is a minimum of 40,000 shares. I mean, if you want to adjust it, you can, but you know, you could probably leave it at 40. That's okay. The one, when I say the one I share, the one that's on my homepage. I do have a halts resumes on my homepage. Everything else is the same except I just have a minimum volume of 20,000 shares instead of 40. Can we say bye-bye to Babig? All right, guys, one last talk about my homepage, etc. before I put myself on mute in about an hour. About an hour, in about half an hour. Is volume really coming into the hills? You're right. So all these little crazy ones are starting to, Vine and Hills, of course, and the Hour. So these little crazy ones, very very cheap, low floats, for whatever reason. Okay, so I put my homepage link in, and let's see where it is. All right, so here's the promo code you can use. MLK20 for 20% off the first month only, or the entire year. If you don't know this program, don't take out an annual plan. You can always just start off with a monthly plan. And you can keep on a monthly plan. You don't have to ever go to an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. You can get 20% off standard 8118 or premium 228 on a monthly plan. First month only though, right? If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Big difference is the AI. It's had one good trade today. The short of LFST 858, 831, not bad. And the 3 free sections. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and the education. Big user guide now. You can either look at it via sections, or you can go to the table of contents. Hopefully we'll see it on the side here. There we go. And this is all searchable, okay? The introductory lessons, if you're new to trade ideas, please, this is the first thing I think you should do. It just gives you a great little overview of all the basic features, okay? So, you can always head over to YouTube at 3:30, between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. Not next Monday, of course, but Chris Farley will be there. You can ask him questions about trade ideas or the market. You can sign up for all the webinars that we have right here. And back to basics. New to trading, great little video series, okay? Starts off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, please take a look at this. All free. The only thing you have to pay for, have to be obviously a subscriber to Trade Ideas to have access to my scans. Here they are. So a lot of information right here. These two sections, the education and my scans. Save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. You know, I'm reading some emails that we get about, why didn't this stock show up? How come? Most of the time, it's because of the filter you have. A lot of times, it's because, and I'm not talking about pre-market. I mean, one of the main reasons why something doesn't show up in the pre-market, or you get like blank, like nothing is showing up, it's because people are using the relative volume filter in the pre-market. If you do, you'll get no data. But a lot of other times when people say, how come this didn't show up? And we take a look at what they've got, one of the reasons is they're using the average, say, 5 or 10 day or 30-day volume. Okay? Nothing wrong with that. Okay? So we got the 5-day, 10-day, 3-month. Okay? If you use these filters, I mean, again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. The problem is, though, is that sometimes some of these really small stocks, low, cheap price stocks, they don't trade very much. So let's just say, for argument's sake, you said, well, I only want to see stocks that have an average of 200,000 shares a day over the last 10 days. Well, that stock may not trade very much at all, but today it's having an explosive day, millions of shares, and we get the question, how come it didn't show up? And many, many times, it's because you've got the average daily volume filter, didn't trade very much over the last 10 days, it's not going to pick it up. I never use this. I never ever, because I'm intraday trading. Why would I care about what something did over the last 10 days when it's trading 100 million shares today, and previous to that it was only trading 10,000 shares a day, as an example. The smart stop is okay. The smart stop will show on all the time frames. All right. The smart stop is just immediately calculated. It shows up on all the time frames. It's nothing to do with the 2-minute, 5-minute, 15 day, week, month. It usually shows up on the daily. I know the swing exit, but certainly, see, the problem is the smart stop must be way down here. I'm just trying to find something that. There we go. So it's not showing up on the monthly, but you can see on the daily chart, there it is. It shows up on the 15. The smart stop is a number. It's got nothing to do with the time. It's a fixed number. It's not based on, well, the smart stop on a 5-minute chart would be this, on a 2-minute chart it would be this. The smart stop is the number. You're not calculating it. It automatically calculates it. If you want to know how, I can't exactly tell you. I mean, it takes into account volatility, high and low of the day, feeds these numbers in, and it spits it out. Okay? You cannot create, I mean, if you want to create your own stop, go ahead, but it's not our smart stop. And obviously, if you take a trade right here, PL, and I take this trade, I buy 200 shares. Come on. All right, now I can put now, before I take a trade, I would know where my stop is. Now I can place my stop. Let's just say I wanted to put it at $6. There it is. That's not a smart stop. That is, something you have determined where you want to put your stop. So there it is. Well, yeah, that smart stop is adjusted all day long, depending on the price of the stock. The smart stop is adjusted. This is not a smart stop, right? This is just this is, if I were buying this and I said, you know what, I want to put a stop in at 6, so that's what I would do. Okay, I would add the smart stop. But every time you click on an alert, the smart stop is generated. So at BCRX, if you got into this trade right now at 15.18, okay, the smart stop is right there at 14.66. Okay, if you took this trade right now, that's what the system is telling you. But if you click on this later on and the stock happens to be up at 16, the smart stop will be adjusted upwards. I mean, that just has to make sense, right? Because it all depends on when you get into a trade. And you're right, different people are entering, could be entering at different times. They'll all have different stops. It's just a guide, remember. All it is a guide. Well, it's not based on time. It's based on, I mean, when you entered it, or the price of when you the price. Okay, because if right now, what time is it? 1:40, 2:38. So if this price remains the same for the next half an hour, then the smart stop more than likely will be the same. So it's not based on the time, it's based on the price that you got into it. Hopefully that makes sense. And we're having a nice rally, guys. They will say 460. All right. Thank you, Zach. Let's take a look at the SPY on the weekly and the monthly just to see what is actually happening here. So pretty choppy. Remember 4 days ago, got all the way down to here, and it popped up, popped up. Looked like it was going to run yesterday. This was a big sell-off at the end of the day, and basically the sell-off has kind of continued. Though we've had a bit of a rally in tech, just a little wee rally in tech. All right, guys, so I've got about 20 minutes left on the mic. Good time to ask questions. It's a good time all day, but I mean, now's probably as good a time as any. All right, yeah, we have a question about dock windows. So I'll tell you what I'll do. And don't be sorry. Guys, I feel badly when people start off asking me a question and saying sorry. That's why we're here, okay? And when I say we got a lot of great, depends on the type of question, of course, but a lot of helpful people in the trading room. So, but in that particular question, it's about docking windows. Just give me one moment, okay? Okay, just remember, we all started out new at some point, so never be afraid to ask a question. Okay, so how do you get a dock window? Okay, what I want to do first, though, and I'll do some. I'll actually create a dock window, okay? But what I think you should also do, because you may not get everything that I'm saying. Okay, so if you click on that link that I just put in there, okay, my homepage link, and click on, and then you're going to see an education section. click here on the education section, and then go click on the user guide. And then there is a section on docking, but I will demonstrate it, okay? Show you what I do. Don't talk about it too much because a lot of people don't want to do it, which is fine. But so here is a docking section, okay? So I'm going to go over it, but this is good reference for later on. Okay? So we click on my home page, go to the education section, click on the user guide, and then here we have docking. So let's create a docked window. And why do it at all? Well, it's not mandatory, of course, but for instance, I can group all of my charts together. I like that. It's clean. Okay, very clean. This is a docked window here. Another one up here. Just kind of a clean look. Now you'd have to put them, Swan, you'd have to put them into a top list window, okay? You'd have to attach your symbol list or your watch list into a top list window. Maybe take out, I don't know, all the filters so you could see what's happening. But a top list window is only going to give you every 30, it's going to update every 30 seconds. So let me keep going on the docking. So, click on New from our toolbar and Docked Window. Here it is. Now you give it a name. I'm going to call it Test. Okay. Now this showed up and I wasn't used to this, okay? But I mean, here it's taking you to docked windows and how to do it. All right. But I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to show you what you can do or the principle behind it. One of the reasons this was created is because when you have multiple monitors, a lot of times people used to always ask the question, well, what if I want to take a group of windows and just move them to another monitor? Well, there was no real way to do that. Now, of course, you can. Well, I'm showing you how you can dock, okay? So now what I have to do is I'm going to load some windows. I'm going to load that halt window. I'll show you why I'm doing this. Okay, so what I did was I just loaded at random 3 different windows, okay? Where's the other one? Doesn't matter what they are. This is just the principle, okay? I'm going to move them off the screen because, to make it more clear. But what I'm going to do, I'll show you what I'm going to do. So let's just say you wanted to put these 3 windows into this docked window. All right? So you would right click, and I'm going to move this off the screen. But right click, see where it says duplicate into, and this is why you give your dock windows a name. I called it test. Okay, see it's called test. So I'm going to move these off the screen, but this is what I'm doing. I'm right clicking on the window and I'm going to duplicate into test. But I just want to move these off the screen. Okay, so I'm right clicking, duplicate into test. See, here it is. It's a tab now. I'm going to do the other one, the 2 others. Duplicate into test. The halted one. It's a tab now. And the last one. Duplicate into test. Okay, so all I did was I took those 3 windows, those 3 scans. Okay, and I just right clicked and I duplicated into test. So I'm going to get rid of this now. Okay, now you can leave it like this if you just, you could just keep them as tabs. But most people, what they want to do is they want to rearrange it so they can see them all at the same time. And this is where it gets tricky. And, a little bit of practice. But let's just say I left click on the RSI, left, and hold it. I hold it and I drag it. You see this icon that shows up. There's a up arrow, down arrow, right arrow, left arrow. So I'm going to pick the right arrow, and you see now where it is. I've still got these two tabs, but now that RSI that was over here is now to the right of these two tabs. I can do the same thing. I can grab this one, and now I can put it wherever I want. Let's say I want it below this one. Okay, so now I can see them all at the same time. If I didn't like that order, say I wanted this one to the right of this one now for whatever reason, I just grab it, get it into this window here, and see how this shows up. I just click. So I mean, there's a little bit of work, you know, fooling around with it. But that's the principle of the dock windows, okay? You don't have to do it. But now you can see how I can take this and I can move it all as one window. Okay, but what I would do is I would take a look at the channel guide, take a look at docking windows, because you know I may have gone too quickly. Okay, but that is the principle of it. But it's not mandatory to do. The main reason for docking, in my opinion, or using the docking, is for the channel. So if I click on new and then I click on dock channel bar, see in the past with our old channel bar, when I would click on anything in the channel, and these are just layouts, my layout would disappear. I could not have my layout up and running at the same time as maybe surfing through the channels. Now you can do it. You see, I can click on the stock surging channel, and you see here it is. And if I wanted to have this channel up and running all day, I could just put it, you know, set it aside, another monitor, but here's my layout still. That was, to me, that's the main reason for docking. The other reason to create the dock windows, it's nice. I like the look of it, I like the feel of it, but it's not necessarily for everybody. So when you say, can I dock that TI window onto my main screen, I don't know what you mean. Yeah, I think the user guide covers it virtually the same way as I just covered it, so it's good to as a refresher. How did Hills end up? Well, Michael, yes. Well, it's not organized by Trade Ideas, no. But I mean, Michael Noss is. I mean, it's the Wealth 365 Summit. It's organized by them, but he's one of the speakers. Okay, so it's not organized by Trade Ideas, no. So you cannot see. Maybe so on. You cannot see your watch list. In other words, if I go to tools, here are my symbol lists, okay? So here they are, but I can't see this. It's not like I can take this list of stocks and see them somewhere. What I have to do is I have to attach the list to a top list window. So let's just do it. I'll just show you what I mean. If I wanted to see these low float, you know, this symbol list I call low float stocks, you don't ask for it. But what I could do is create a new top list window and just start from scratch. I want nothing in it. And then I configure, and then I take that symbol list. I'm in the global. Give me a moment. I have to switch. Give me a moment. Okay, let me just delete that now. I have to, I might have to do a reset. If not, I'll just have to use one of those top lists. No. Okay. Let me just create a new top list window. Start from scratch. Load the settings. Say OK. Now, what you would do is you would take your symbol list, whatever it's called. I'm going to take ETFs. I have no idea what's going to be in here. Okay. And there they are. Okay, so that's how you would have to create a top list window. Now, obviously what I have to do is add some columns, like the price column. I know it's probably confusing, but so now I can see what the price is. And this will get updated every 30 seconds. So the risk, okay, so that's how you can take, so you create a top list window and then add your top list window and then add your symbol list, your watch list to it. And, then you can see the prices. It gets updated every 30 seconds. So the race car is something, if you take a top list window and then launch the real-time stock race, and then you have to, this is, eventually we're going to have this in a channel. Okay, I know it says a channel right now, the real-time stock race. What they're trying to do is they're trying to create a bunch of different races here. But you can launch right now. You probably have to be on our latest beta. And again, all you would do is right-click, launch real-time stock race, pick how many lanes you want. I'm not into this yet, okay? I'll be honest. I'm not into this at all yet. And then based on what? You see, your top list window should have a bunch of different columns, so you can base the race on maybe the change from the close, the change from the open, things like that. I only have one column, that's why it's defaulting to price. If I grabbed another top list window that has more columns in it, you would see what I mean. All right, so Dana, the difference is the dock channel bar is all the different channels that we have, okay? All theme-based channels. And as I was saying before, when you click on a channel now in the dock channel bar, your layout doesn't disappear. Before, your layout would disappear, but now you can surf through the channels. My layout is still here. It doesn't disappear, okay? And you could literally, if you wanted to, you could open different channels and keep them up and running if that's what you wanted to do. Okay? So does that explain the dock channel bar? Okay? So that's the dock channel bar. The docked windows is what I kind of just explained, how you can take a group of windows, be it charts or scans, and put them into what we call a dock window, so you can move them all around the same time. So for instance, on my other monitor, I've got my thumbnail charts, some of the charts that I watch all day long, over here. So I can move them all at the same time. It's not necessary, but it's a cleaner look, I suppose, and I have enjoyed it, if I can use that term. Is there a quick way to maximize a chart in a docked window? I don't know if it's a quick way. I mean, if I want to, I don't want to do it here, so I'll bring up another. And this is what I do. Said this before. Every one of my docked windows, I name it starting with dock. So I can see all my docked windows, right off the bat. So when I name a dock window, I start off with dock. So when I type in dock, I can see them all. So let's just bring up the and I don't have a chart here. Just let me find one that has a chart. System is slowed down a little bit here. Okay, on main monitor, here we go. So we know this one has a chart. Give me a moment. Okay, so this is the same. So you want to maximize. I mean, I don't know what you mean. I mean, I know what you mean by maximizing a chart, but when you say a quick way, I mean, obviously I can drag this over. I can do stuff like that if. I mean, I wouldn't. So I'm trying to figure out what you want, what you would want to do without it disrupting the rest of the charts. Well, if you pop it out, and popping it out is now duplicating into a free-floating window. You're not really popping it out. You're not taking it out. If this is what you mean, so and now you can take this chart. If that's what you mean, now I can take that chart. I've popped it out of here. Is that what you mean? So in order to do that, you right-click on the chart and duplicate into a free-floating window. I mean, so it's a little cumbersome, the name of it, but that's what happened. When I did that, it popped up on my other monitor. That's why you didn't see this chart immediately. It just popped up on my other monitor. Well, the whole idea of and I'm not quite sure why you would want to do this. Yeah, no more floating chart. Yeah, you just exit out and close it down, or minimize it, or maximize it. Yes. Whole idea of this, though, listen, when I put these together, it took a little bit of time. I had to make sure I got the size I wanted, so I don't monkey around with this as an example, okay? But before we had the docking, I mean, I had these all free floating. And you're right, I could go into each one of them if I wanted to and increase the size or get rid of it. But, I can get rid of it. There's an X there. I could get rid of any one of these in here. I'm not going to, but I think the idea of it is that you want to size it correctly and just leave it alone. If you wanted to see this chart bigger, then yeah, you pop it out and then you can play around with it outside of the dock, if that makes sense. Well, some of them are. I mean, look, I've got the X's here. Some aren't. Well, here it is. So I could get rid of any one of these charts if I wanted to. But to maximize within, that sort of defeats the purpose. All right, guys. Well, it's 3:04, so I think what I'll do now is just get my message up and running. I'm gonna put myself on mute. I'll stick. I'm here. If I have to hop on the mic, I will. Don't mind. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute, and again, if I have to hop on the mic, I will.
Alright, we got a video transfer. Let's check an audio transfer. Alright, audio sounds good too here. So, alright, everybody. A few seconds early today, 3:30 live sports session here with Trade Ideas. Wrapping up another market week. I do this as an open forum. So that means you folks come with questions, and hopefully I have the answers to them. I don't have any pre-done content as per usual. So as usual, I also let you all kind of drive the direction and the content of what we're doing here. So, alright, wild looking close. Yeah, let's throw up a SPY. I mean, again, the bears are out in droves this morning, and I don't get it, but whatever. It's not to say this wasn't the top, but this is not a crash. you know, looks like a pretty strong trend, right intact to me. But anyways, what do I know? And we see it here. We got this gap down, and oh no, you don't, and we're up, and oh no, you don't, and we're just gonna wobble and grind, and we're gonna fill the gap here, and a couple of more ticks to the upside, and we close positive for the day again. So the bulls get to take a lap again. I guess we'll call it. I just personally, I think Michael Noss has described it the best. We're in two different markets. We're in a bull market for value stocks and a bear market for growth stocks. So anyways, it kind of is what it is. Energy is super strong, banks are super strong. Those are some areas of growth right now again, and that's where people need to rotate to if they want to find some success, I would say. I haven't even really been messing with my like list lately because everything I need is, all the energy up here. This obviously that's not energy, but energy, 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 energy. This is semiconductors, energy, energy, energy. This is materials. So on the top of that list right there, it speaks volumes to what's going on in the market. Anyways. So finally, the great streak I felt like Holly has had for a long time was kind of snapped today. You got a nice winner here in CLDX. This one took a long time to get going, but there it is nonetheless. This one had an early move, I believe, and then kind of lost it. Yeah, so it had a nice move down off the alert there, hung around down here for a while, and curling back up with the market. I don't think this ever really did much of anything. No, she got it here, and it just kind of hung out there for the rest of the day. FSR. Yep, she came down. She got stopped out, essentially, so not a great look on that. She's looking for a bear trap, and what's she looking for here? We're moving down. We're moving down. And she thought she's getting a bear trap here on this move back up. Unfortunately, Mr. Market had another thing to say about that. And last but not least, we covered the loser of SRC. And again, she went for a pullback short here, and this thing ended up being, pretty strong. And worth noting, that's a strong recent trend in this chart that's right there. So, with all that said, had room to run up to this resistance here. Thus comes the end of a great run for her. It's still not a terrible day, especially, anybody that's, actively trading and pay attention to charts and things like that. Running into any one of these alerts I don't think was a great idea. And, patience would have paid off today, that's for sure. So, alright, that's kind of my short and skinny on Holly for the day anyways. If you folks have questions, fire them away. This isn't just me kind of talking into the void, although, I can obviously do that. Um, but I'm here for your questions, just like Perfect Circle threw one at me. Chris, how do you utilize sector ETF? Notice strong ETF sector, say energy in this case. Do you shift through the holdings and um, so I kind of equate it with what I'm already looking at. So for example, give you some ideas here. Yesterday, now it didn't work out yet, but I'm going to hold the position anyways because it's not at my stop and everything else. Yesterday, the SMH and the SOX, they were both gapped up and they looked really good yesterday, okay? And I was looking at two different semiconductor stocks. One is this one, AMKR, and the other is this one here actually that I have a position in, RMBS. And I went with RMBS. I liked the chart. A few things about this I liked a little bit more than AMKR. All right, now I happen to be right off the bat, and then I happen to be wrong shortly after that. I got this kind of early. You can see here I got a 28.50 entry, and we moved up real nice. I'm like, yes, great, and we just kind of faded, and we kind of just chopping around like this for the day here. I still like the chart overall. I like what's going on here. If we peel back a little bit more, I'm trying to get more into longer term trends and the secondary trends of the pullback to find my entries a little bit. And we can see this has got just a really nice trend overall. Takes a pullback, we make a move up, we make a pullback, we make a nice gap up, hold that gap here, and then another nice move up. So I'm kind of playing this long term trend and trying to hold this a little bit longer for some more meat. I don't see any. The only question I saw above is something about a monthly subscription, but that was a while ago, and I figured Barry to answer that, Terry, if that's what you're referring to. I don't see any other question from you besides that. And so that's kind of my thought here. So I looked at the SMH and the SOXX, and I had a couple of semiconductors I was looking at, again, AMKR and RMBS. I decided to go with RMBS based on what I was watching on the sector list. The same kind of thing here, the XOP. I'm watching that really closely. I like what that's doing. A lot to do with natural gas and exploration and things like that. And so I had a position in P10. I'd sold some out on the weakness of yesterday. I had now it's showing a $10 position, but I actually had it much lower, and I added today. When we got around here, I added actually to this position today because, again, I like what the XOP and energy is doing. I had already taken a good amount of profits. I've given myself some cushion with that add now. And so that's kind of, how I look at it. So, and again, I'm not looking at a ton of scans during the day. What you see here on my screen is literally it that I'm looking at. That, and like I said, I have this pinned list over here, and I don't look at the strength alerts nonstop, but I've got a SPY chart that I rotate between the SPY and a few other things here, and I just have a few price alerts that I look at. That's it. I don't have bells and whistles going off all day long. I have a plan going into the day, knowing what sectors I've kind of seen strong over the long term and what I'm seeing strong today, and then I match it up with the stuff that I like in my like list, and that's it. So I keep it extra, extra, extra simple. So it's a combination of what I'm looking at on my like list and the sector list, kind of keeping them both together like that. So I hope that kind of helps there, Terry. And then as far as Perfect Circle, that was your question. Then for Terry, he did not. So you can let the sub run out and then repurchase with the code, I guess, after it's run out. Just make sure you do everything with the same capitalization with your account, because people run into issues where they start using different capitalizations, and everything we do is case sensitive. The other thing you could do, Terry, is I don't know what discount you got when you first signed up. If you're looking to just go annual with a discount, if you upgrade to an annual before your month runs out, what you paid for the month will be prorated against the rest of the year with the original discount that you took too. So hopefully that makes sense to what you're asking for there. Otherwise, yeah, you can technically run out. The way it's supposed to work is all of our discounts are supposed to be the first month of a monthly or year of an annual. But let's say, for example, you use one discount code for your monthly, and then you let it run out and you go to use that same discount code again. It won't work because it only applies once to an account, the discount codes. So that's kind of that. Then Mitchell, and let me know if that kind of covers what you were looking for there, Terry. No, the promo code is live right now. Um, anybody that wants to use it here, I'll drop a link for you. You can take this link and bookmark it. Where are you, link? There you are. So you can take that link and bookmark it, and then that code will be valid. They probably said Sunday, but it usually goes to Monday, the following Monday. So what's Monday is the 17th. So you should be good if you use that code on Monday. Just use it before midnight Eastern time on Monday. And then Mitchell, I see your question that's there. Hold on, I'm gonna get to you in 2 seconds. Make sure I'm lining this all up right here. Okay. Swearing made first trade with IB trade connected on the beta. Went to a button and it converted to a short. But are you on our paper trade or are you live trading, Mitchell? And then I'm gonna need you to do a couple things for me, because there's something with our simulator that's been there for a while. That's only with our simulator, and I've used Brokerage Plus for years, and in the all the years that I've used Brokerage Plus, I have never once had anything go wrong ever. Okay, I need you to do this then, Mitchell. Da, da, da. Go to on your menu bar up here. Go to Help and select Send Files to Support for me. Okay. Sometimes it'll give you an error the first time. I think it's because files are constantly syncing. So if you catch it at the moment it's syncing, that can cause an issue. When those files send, it'll say zip file blah 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 sent. After that file is sent, please email me here, info@trade-ideas.com, and tell me I sent those files. And then if you have, I'd like also screenshots of a whole bunch of things here. So if you can take screenshots for me of all these things here, I need you to screenshot your positions tab for me and make sure hide zero positions is unchecked. Okay. I need you to screenshot your executions tab for me. I need you to screenshot your orders tab for me as well, okay? And attach those all in an email to me at that address and tell me what stock happened and when it happened with all those screenshots. Again, things I need screenshotted along with those support files. Make sure hide zero positions is unchecked so I can see everything here, okay? Then again, your executions, make sure there's no filters on your executions. All accounts, all strategies. I need to see all this. And then again, the orders tab here. And same thing, no filters can be set. Got to be all across the board. Those 3 screenshots, give me the list of things that you saw go wrong and those files. And then I'll be the one that's doing it. I'll be the one that's diving into what happened. You're on the newest beta. Interesting, because I've been using the newest beta, and I've been actually trading a lot more this week than I've traded in a long time. So usually I'm on a version ahead of you guys, but I had to roll back for some reasons. And then I'll dig into that, Mitchell, and I'll get you some answers one way or the other. All right, I think I got the questions that were here. So I know when I made my first trade with IB. You had IB and E-Trade connected at the same time? just trying to think of, the common things that I see that usually happen here. Um, uh, when you how did you enter the trade? Did you enter it here, or were you using a strategy? Yeah, I'm wondering if that has any effect. Having to, because I've never seen anybody click both accounts, to be honest, at the same time. When you entered, did you enter from this panel here, or did you have a strategy? Because if you had a strategy that put out different closing orders already, and then you hit flatten, those orders would still be sitting here waiting to get triggered. Alright, I'll see if hopefully it gives me the clue. In the support files, if you entered from here, I know it'll tell me OEP, order entry panel. Because to give you an idea of what I do is this. Where are you? Robologs. This is what I'm going to have to do. I go through this here. And this tells me everything that happened. So, I can see everything that's gone on with an account here when you send me those files. And then I need to match in those files what I see in Brokerage Plus. And the more details that I have, the better I can obviously answer questions. Yeah, I'll go over that again. Let me bring Brokerage Plus back over. So if you're on a Windows machine, you can use Control, Windows key, and S, and you can do a screenshot just like, whoops, I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry, Shift, Windows key, and S, all right? And then you can take a screenshot just like you're going to see me do right here, all right? And then this will happen after you take that screenshot. You'll get, you get this here, all right? And you can just copy and paste that to the email, all right? And so I need a Positions tab. All right, and then you're going to come to the Executions tab, and you're going to screenshot the Executions tab. All right, same thing. And then you're going to come to the Orders tab, and same thing, you're going to screenshot the Orders tab too. On the 22nd, that code will be dead. Terry. That code will be dead. That sale ends Monday at midnight. Monday the 17th at midnight Eastern, Terry. That code will be dead. You then have to either... usually we have a 15% off at that point that we kind of keep rolling all times. And the next sale after that will probably not be until after our test drive. Of February 25th-ish, give or take. I don't know when the promo code for the test drive finale will go live. The test drive runs from the 14th to the 25th, though, of February. And then, kind of the other important part for you, Mitchell, is please make sure you get those screenshots today before, the day resets. And, because we don't have a way to go historical data on Brokerage Plus like that. So I want to try to line up with what Brokerage Plus is saying and the files. It helps me navigate a lot faster and get clear answers quicker because it's a lot of code I have to read. Well, if you purchase Monday, I mean the purchase goes live Monday. It does. There's not a holdback feature. It's not. There's not one where we can, not start the clock on the account till whatever the 22nd is. Till 22nd is is Saturday. So I don't know what did you have here? So you're gonna have an overlap time essentially from the 17th to the 22nd. Like there's no way for us to tell the system don't enable your let this expire, but start this new payment period 5 days later with this code that expired 5 days. We don't have a way to tell the system to do that. I cannot use any human interventions. I don't work in accounts and billing, so you can send an email in to the info at, and someone from accounts and billing might be able to help you with that. It's not something we typically do. I know that, but maybe they'll do it for you. I don't know. All right, perfect. No, just typing it out for you. Okay, Mitchell, I saw your okay, I see an email come in from you, but there's none of the screenshots are there for me. Let me see, are the support files there? You did upload support files. All right, so I still need those screenshots. If you can reply back to that. Also, FSR was an AI trade. So this is what happened, Mitchell. I can tell you already what happened here. Did you have the AI enabled for automation, Mitchell? Okay, I mean, if you enabled the AI, all right, and the AI put out orders and you pressed flatten, all the orders for the AI to close the trade were still sitting there after you hit flatten. You have to cancel those orders if you're going to intervene with the AI. So I won't say I'm 100% sure, but I'm 99.9% sure. What happened is you had the AI enter a trade, you pressed flatten, and the orders were still sitting there to close. After flattening, you had no position. The sell got triggered because the orders are just sitting there. It just knows to sell the position. The broker was given an order to sell the position, and that's how you ended up in a flipped short position. That's one I've seen a whole bunch of times. All right, and anybody with questions, let me know. Okay, perfect, Mitchell. And this is something here. I go over this. Let me pull up a video. So I did a video of setting the AI for automation. Now, in the video, I do it in the simulator, but it all applies exactly the same as real. The only difference is instead of clicking simulator, you click IB or E-Trade. So in this video, I go over all those things, and then I go over some other realistic stuff about, spread and liquidity and market orders versus limit orders and being filled at the top of orders and, some things like that. So, all right, guys, anybody with questions, still fire those away for me here. We've got 22 minutes and change. I will be out the door right away today as I go visit dear old mother today that I have not seen in a few months. So, get to take a trip to go visit my mom. So, yeah, fire questions away for me. That's what I'm here for. Sorry, typing away at an email here. Okay, screenshots are sent. I'll check that out in a moment. Peter Smith, when I go to top list configure windows and hit top gainers, nothing comes up. Let's take a look here. I think I know what you mean, Peter. I'm just going to bring up a random top list. So you got to pick one of these here, right, Peter? Percentage gainers. All right, and it'll convert it. You can't just hit gainers. See, you hit see gainers here, and then you got to pick one of these. All right, and it'll give you one of these pre-made scans that are there. Do you offer auto trading or mirror trading? Yes, but my caveat to everybody, what I tell anybody that I talk to about auto trading, it is not press play, go to the bank, play a round of golf, have lunch with your friends, come back and count your money. If you find a system that works like that, let me know so I can use it. Automation should have some sort of human interaction with it, especially if you have not been trading for a long time and you have not been using the software for a long time. An example of a long time would be more than 2 years with the software and more than 5 years trading. That's my personal opinion. Anybody is welcome to do whatever they want. It's a free country, your money, you pay for the subscription, it's your brokerage account. But you can create strategies, you can create alert windows, backtest and optimize those, and ship those off to be automated. Or you can hook up to our AI and have her automate. Again, I don't recommend just pressing play on Holly and walking away with it. While she makes some great entries, the exits aren't always managed by her the best, and she does not live manage it. She makes an entry, and there's exits that are already determined for it, and those orders go right out to the broker, and that's it. There's no, unless you want to change those orders manually yourself, Holly doesn't update the orders based on anything. So that's kind of my short and skinny on that, and why I think the software, whether it's you manually trading or doing some form of automation, is human and machine is best. There is no magic money machine. Only Jerome Powell has the magic money machine. When I hit gainers, then top percentage, daily gainers, nothing comes up. Gainers. I don't see daily gainers. I see are you talking top percentage daily gainers? I don't understand how you're not getting anything, because I'm getting them right here. I can share this with you, and you can save it to the cloud if you want. I'm going to share this out with you here. All right, save and share. And then how we worked on yesterday, saving to the cloud. Go ahead and save that to the cloud. All right, and then see if that works for you, and you can toggle up here. All right, Peter. See if these work up here after with that scan that I just shared there. And let me check back with Mitchell. Let me see. Okay, perfect. Let's check these out. All right, they're a little tough for me to see because they're small, but let me see if I can make them work or not. Yeah, I'll be able to make these screenshots work. I should be able to make these screenshots work. Hide 0 positions. Yeah, but you're only connected to one of 3 accounts. You said you were in E-Trade and IB, so I'm not in your screenshot there, Mitchell. I'm not seeing your positions at all. I'm only seeing one position for ATIP, not the other. I think you said FSR was the issue. So I need to see that screenshot where FSR is on there. And I'm going to guess, yeah, because you're only connected to one of 3. So I need all of those. I need to see all of those. And then, hold on, what else am I missing? I need the executions tab. So you've got the order tab. And we've got an order tab. All right, So there's the positions, but I need the other the close positions. You have multiple orders tab and multiple positions. Okay, so I still need you to. I need to make sure you're connected to both E-Trade and IB. If you traded both of them, connect to both of those, please. Then redo these screenshots and see if you can get them a little bigger this time, if it's possible. But you need the positions, the executions. I need this one here. This is really important, this one. And the orders. All three are super important. No one is more important than the other. But you sent me 2 positions and 2 orders, but no executions. Okay, so all right, so a couple of things with our auto trader. It has to be E-Trade or IB. If it's E-Trade, you cannot auto trade in the first 5 minutes because their API is broken. And for whatever reason, we can't seem to make it. We can't. There's not much else we can do to fix their issue. Um, And then as far as, if you're actively trading, I think what you do better is let Holly make some entries. And here, I'm going to share this video again. This is about auto trading with Holly. I put some realistic thoughts in here, and here's where my realistic thoughts come in. Are you going a market order? Are you going a limit order? Because what happens if you say, I'm going to go market orders? Okay, fine. But what happens when some of the trades that are coming in are all... what's the word? Are all with large spreads. What do you do then? Um, and you start getting filled at the top of the spread every time, and you're losing out all your alpha because you're filled at the top of the spread. But then you decide to go with a limit order. Okay, well, how do you decide what your limit offset is? Is it a 5-cent offset? Is it a 10-cent offset? Is it 15-cent offset? These things that have to be considered when auto trading. And you can't change this stuff on the fly. You set this all up during the day. So things like this here. If I come into Holly and we right click Holly and we come into edit long instructions, this edits the long instructions for all of Holly. So, are you going to go a moderate or conservative exit for her? Moderate means that you enter the trade and the only things that get you out of the trade is your stop gets hit, her stop gets hit, or at the end of the day, she sells at 350 at the end of the day. And so how do you decide what do I run? For 1 week, let's say conservative's working great, and you've been using moderate, and then you switch to conservative, and all of a sudden moderate's working better, and you end up on the wrong side of that risk mode each time, and then here, that limit or market. How do you decide what's the better? So it's not a clean cut. I'm just going to let let automation go for me. These are things you have to decide as a trader, and without having that kind of trading experience and knowledge of markets, that's where people can get hung up. Windows 10, I'm current, Peter says. Load and settings on the bottom, but it's grayed out. Well, the stock will come up on a gapping up scanner if it meets whatever the filters the gap. So for example, this biggest gain percent winner, if we come right click and we come into the configure and we go to the window specific filter, Peter, we're going to see here if there's a gap filter. Now for this scan, there's no gap filter. It's just some volume metrics and a minimum price, and that's it. So, if there was a gap filter in here, for example, if we come to search and we go to gap, all right, and we use gap percent, for example, and I add that filter, and then let's say I put a value of 3 in there. So now it's telling me, Peter, show me stocks where the open was at least 3% above the previous close. So that just means that, when the stock closed yesterday, so this is, for example, this is yesterday's close on FSR, that means the open has to be 3% higher than this close. And it's just a static boom. That's it. What the stock does afterwards doesn't matter with a gap. As long as the gap was it met that metric there, and that's what the gap was. A stock can gap up 3%, and if it fades and it goes negative for the day, that still means it's still gapped up 3%. Its change from close, however, has gone negative. So that scan that I shared, you just have to click on it. Didn't I shared it right here. I'll share it again. So load from cloud. I'm going to put that link again. All right, so there's that link, and you're going to click that link, okay, Peter? When you click that link, you're going to get a web page that looks just like this, right? Here's that web page, and you're going to highlight and copy. All right, so click highlight and copy. All right, and after you do that, here on the menu bar, you're coming to File, Load from Cloud. Now, that should already be here copied in this field, but if it's not for some reason, you just copy it right in, or excuse me, you just paste it right in there, and when you press load, that scan will be here. And then, right click and save to cloud, right? Save or share to cloud and save it so that you have it. You don't see that there because I just clicked it and it's coming up for me. Try it again. Try that link again. It should be there. It's working for me. Absolutely should be there. Sorry, typing out an email again here, folks. Fire those questions away for me here, and I see stuff coming in. I'm going to get right back on it. All right, so it's working for you too, perfect circle. All right, it might have taken a second to catch up. I guess that can happen sometimes, but it should be working. I mean, I've got it working here. I've just tried it a dozen times. Sorry. Trying to whip out some emails here while you're all kind of silent on me. Yeah. So how did we end up closing on the SPY? Did we make it positive? No, not quite. Oh, we did close positive. Ha ha ha. That's hysterical. Another loss for the Bears. And again, there are people that'll be out there, yeah, but the stock market is 5 stocks going up. It is? Okay, well, how about this one? That's not 5 stocks. That's 500 stocks all equally weighted and sitting right there near all-time highs. Anything that I suggest for swing trading? We could take a look at the one that I use here, Mitchell. I'll share it with you. Let's see my. You know what, I'm gonna update this the way I really want it right now. Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna re-update this. Windows Pacific filter, position and range, 75, okay. Okay, I'm going to share this out right now. And you can always, of course, adjust this any way that you want it. And I'll show you what I'm looking for in it and how I use it for swing trading. And I always tell people this. I shared this scan with someone who's an active day trader for a prop firm. And they said, I don't understand how you use this for swing trading. It looks like a decent day trading scan, but it doesn't make sense to me for swing trading, because they wanted a swing trading scan. Same scan, same charts, same alerts, or same symbols, 2 different minds, 2 different thoughts behind all of it. So, you know, what I tell people is any scan could be used for swing trading. Literally any scan. What's your time frame? What are you looking for? So this first, it'll show things that look like this, that obviously I'm not going to be going after. But I just like to see stuff like this because you never know. There might be something on the daily chart that says, you know what, I made a big run today, but if it holds that run, consolidates, and maybe can push off it, I want to look at it again. Now, this is not an example of that for now. I'm sure this was some kind of pump and dump nonsense. But, you know, just as a thought anyways. So there's a few things that go behind my thinking with this scan. First off, one of the things I do is I look at, is there a common theme of the stocks coming through the scan? For example, what if there are 50 stocks on this scan and 25 of them are energy and the other 25 are split up between, let's say, tech and entertainment and maybe some kind of computer or autos or something like that. Well, for me to say 50% of the scan is all energy, I might want to pay attention to energy stocks in general, let alone the energy stocks from this. So this starts to give me a snapshot into things that are moving, because in this scan, if we right click and we come to configure, we look at the window specific filters. What am I doing here? I'm looking at stocks between $4 and $40, okay? They got to have a relative volume of 1 and traded 750,000 shares today. But here's where my quote-unquote secret sauce comes in. There's no secret sauce to it, but I'm looking at stocks that close strong on the day. They got to be 75% above the low of the day. They also have to be 75% above the low of their 20-day range. So that means they're breaking out on 20 days. Now, are they breaking out and they're going to find resistance? Maybe. Are they breaking out and they're going to continue breaking out? Also maybe. But my point being is that all of a sudden you see a ton of stocks are all breaking a 20-day range off the low of the 20-day range, and they're all in the same sector. You should be paying attention to that sector and the stocks that are in it. And of course, this will be pointing you towards them. So again, you know, not a lot doing here, not a lot yet so far. You know, a lot of these things I think are a flavor of the day. That's a falling knife, you know, and we're caught in a range here. And unless this thing starts to break out of this range down here and this range here, that means nothing. But we're just going to keep clicking along till we start to get some ideas. And then I'll show you what I do with those ideas from there. So, all right. This one now interests me. It had a big pop, and we're going to zoom in a little bit here, and we're going to go long-term, short-term interest, okay? It had this big move, and I would never be interested in just that. But it pulled back, and it caught these averages here, especially this 8 EMA, and it's kind of continued to push this price higher this whole time. And while we do have declining volume that I'm not crazy about, all of a sudden the volume's kind of found itself a home rate here for right now, okay? So that's number one. So now all of a sudden I can say I've got some interest in this for some different reasons, and I can start to say I have some defined risk levels that interest me. Somewhere around here interests me as a risk level to the downside, meaning that's what I'm risking. Full well knowing that I can get this to the upside here and maybe more, because the long-term picture is going to show me this. That it has that capability to do it. All right? So now, am I going to jump right in this? No, but what I would do is I'm going to use the My Liked list, and I put that on there. And I have a different scan that only looks at these stocks, and it has no filters in it whatsoever. All it's doing is looking at these stocks. That's it. There's no tricks, no trades. I just want it as a watch list. And now I kind of put it on there, and I might track its performance over the next days and decide how that does or doesn't fit into my risk reward for it, and compare it to all the other things I'm looking at for risk reward. And so every night / every early morning I go through every single one of these that's on here, and I start to look at these. Again, just not going to do it for me. It makes this big run, and it just can't seem to find a base. It keeps finding lower lows and lower highs through all of this. Now Apron, I believe this one is starting to look pretty good here in a sense. Alright, so we've got this here. We make this big run up, we make a pullback, alright? So we've got an interesting level here that we pulled back to, and look at how this level just coordinates price action, just constantly coming to that level. Alright, I can say to myself, there's my risk down to about $6 or so, alright? And my reward is climbing back up this ladder to $12. Now, am I playing like if I get in this and it starts to move up and it doesn't get to $12, am I going to let it get back down to 6? Absolutely not. I'm going to take some off. But my point being is this R, that risk is greater than this reward for R, and this R for risk is greater. So I have a much better percentage chance moving up than I do down as far as what I'm risking. So hopefully this kind of makes sense. And again, this just returns to me charts that I happen to like a lot. Not every one of them, and again, it goes back to we're idea generation. That's what we're doing. Wow, BTU, trade of the week. Good for Steve. Big win. So we go through a few of these here, and then you also have to consider these stocks also have a personality. So look, now DWAC has this big move, all right. Now it's come down here, and it's showing some strength again. It's picked up a little bit of volume again that had been dead down here. But what you have to consider with DWAC is look at the intraday moves that this thing is making. $22 to $27. Can you stomach a move like that on a 15-minute chart? I mean, look at that. It did that in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15-minute bars. So 150 minutes, that's what happens. Can you stomach a move like that? You have to ask yourself things like that when you start to look at these. Now in a daily chart, it does not reflect this the same way it does in this intraday chart. So these are all the things that we do as traders, eventually anyways, that we start to go through. And that's why DWAC won't make my list, among other reasons. This one here, all right? We get this huge run up and this crash, and I think this all had to do with what was his name, Bill Hogg or Huig or whatever his name was over in Japan, and he had to liquidate that big fund, and all these stocks got crushed. Anyways, with that said, this makes us move and then a move down, just a slow fade. We can probably assess at this point most of the bag holders are gone, so that supply is gone. Not completely gone, but there isn't going to be people dumping a lot of stock from up here on the buyers. This is your demand, this is your supply. That supply is probably mostly gone. So now demand, I would say, is starting to outweigh that supply. We look like we built a solid base here. We're coming off that here now, all right? And now we've got another leg up here, and we're above some of this resistance here, and we're looking at maybe a shot towards up there with some defined risk levels down here again. And I think that would probably coordinate with this $28 range. All right. And again, does that mean it's going there? No. But if my R, my possible R is there, and my no doubt about it R is here, again, I'm looking at a better risk to reward ratio here. My reward is greater than my risk on the upside. Once again, am I going to just stubbornly hold out till it gets to, around $38 or $39? Absolutely not. If I'm at $35, you better believe I'm taking some money off the plate. So again, as we kind of click through these, pump. Now, pump, I happen to know this one well because it's oil and gas, and it's one of those ones that just doesn't move great to me all the time. And it seems to have trouble as soon as it looks like it's going to break out. It just seems to not be able to do it. So it's actually on my do not trade list. But it does have a nice pattern here. The problem is, all right, it breaks out here, but to where? Where's it going? To here, and then I'm coming all the way back down to here. Not liking that. Excuse me, I'm not liking that risk to reward. So, these are just my thoughts as I go through and I do my homework. MGY, love this stock. Traded it a ton. Why do I love it? Oil and gas. Natural gas has been a great trader recently. That doesn't mean natural gas is just going up, but it's been a great trader. This has these nice horseshoe patterns that I like, and we see it again. All right, this is all-time highs right there. We just took out all-time highs again today. There's your lifetime high. So it means there's no resistance up here whatsoever. Again, does that mean run right out and buy it? No. But if you think that, for example, what if you see $20 as your that's your risk, all right, and that's going to be your stop. So now you've got a $2 and change stop rate here, and now you have no limit to what that reward can be up here. But you have to decide how that does or doesn't work for you. Do you want to get it today because it broke those all-time highs, or do you want to see it hang around here? This train could leave the station completely on Monday for all we know. There's no way to know, and that's part of the seat time and decide, what, this has that look, it's ready to go, I'm going. Here's my risk, here's my reward, and that's how I'm going to play it. And so that's, how I do this. That's what I do anyways. So hopefully that kind of helps. And then, essentially, Mitchell, you can do that. You could do that with anything, with any scan. Go through them and see on your time frame what you're looking for in swing trading. The other thing that I'll suggest to anybody that's really trying to swing trade, don't look at 5-minute charts. Don't, maybe a 15-minute chart. Probably 30 or 60-minute charts are better, and daily charts if you're really trying to swing trade. You're really trying to hold for a couple of days. Also know your market. Our market is super choppy. All right, it is reflected right here. Your market is the RSP and the MDY. All right, that's your general market. Look at this range that we were in. And we popped out, we popped back in. We pop back out, and we're chopping around again. Okay, these markets are not always the greatest for swing trading. All right, MDY. So your mid-cap trust. Oops. Your mid-cap trust right here. Look at how choppy that is. Look at this. Over a year. We're almost at a year. We haven't gone anywhere in a year. Hard to find stuff that's really alpha-like in a market like that. Yes, there are going to be ones, but being able to pick the one that does it that week, that's a tough, it's a tough thing to do. So just understand that we're not in a market where holders are rewarded quite as much as the people that they get the good pop and they take it off maybe a day and a half later. So that's just kind of what it is. Does Trade Ideas show the valuation of a company to know if they're trading below cash or not? We have dollar volume, and then we have market cap, but that's really it. We don't have a ton on fundamentals. We don't have a valuation, Bill. That's really it. So, that's sorry. I was just looking to see if there's something else that might be of interest to you. No, we don't. Just all we have is the dollar volume and market cap. We don't have a cash value of the company. We have current debt. We have cash on hand, and we have and revenue, all for filters, Bill. But that's going to be it. Trying to see if there's cap, enterprise value, market cap ratio. All right. You got DEBT. You got all this debt to cash, income debt ratio, all that. Um, and you got revenue and quarterly revenue growth. So that's what you'll have to work off of for all that. And that's what we got for you as far as that kind of data goes. So, all right, everybody, I do have to run today. I'm off and running for the long weekend. Mitchell, I will get you a more clear answer, but I suspect it's what I said, Mitchell, is that you had the AI enabled. The AI entered trades, and then you close those trades with the AI order sitting out there. And that video that I shared before should I go over that in that video, so maybe take a peek at that video a couple times over the weekend here. Yeah, you're welcome, Bill. That's what I'm here for. And you could send any questions over the weekend, even though I won't really be able to answer many of them till Sunday. Info at trade-ideas. You as well, Mitchell. Appreciate it. Thank you. Everybody have a great holiday weekend. And anything over the weekend, anything that comes up or you're thinking or anything like that, info at trade-ideas.com. We'll pile them out through the weekend. We'll get back to you. We'll get back to you over the weekend, though, for sure. Other than that, thank you everybody very much, and you have a wonderful Friday evening and a happy holiday weekend.